So grab a drink, grab a bottle of water if that's what you're going to rock. For me, it's coffee. So let me just take it away so I don't block you guys from seeing my panel. Just before I start, I'm just going to like show you some of the things I'll be working with. This is my setup. This is where I color grade from. I live in the UK, so the luxury of getting, what do you call it, a separate office. Yeah, it's not what we're doing right now. We're not doing that, okay? So I work from here, and I've got a couple of things on my table. Do you guys want it with the music on or with the music off? Let me know what works better, because I know some people might be neurodivergent and music distracts them. So if you don't want the music on, I can turn it off. It makes me feel like I'm on radio, so but I can turn it off for you guys. Or let me drop it as low as possible. How about that? So thumbs up if you want the music on, if it's giving you the vibe like you're listening to somebody like it's your boy T3SAINT on radio, the lazy filmmaker radio, teaching you color grading. Or if you just want me to be like a normal, like teach us what you want to teach us and get out. Um, do a thumbs down. But if you want the radio vibe, thumbs up. Let's go. Let's see what you guys say. Guys, this live has to be engaging. I don't like to just talk to myself. So make sure you're there ready to like type. And when you have questions, you can keep them because I would take breaks in between and do questions. Instagram, what's up? What's going on, guys? Drop a fire emoji if you're there and you're connected proper because it's about to go down. So this is my color grading setup. You guys can see what it looks like from this side. I've got two monitors. T-Ben says put music. Of course, you're an artist now. What do you expect? I hope you can still hear me. I've got two monitors and yes, I've got something on this side. It's called a StreamYard. Let's hope you guys can see that. I really hope you can see it. I've got something on my left side which is called a StreamYard. I've got my panel that I color grade on. I've got this keyboard that I use once in a while. My setup has kind of changed since this picture, anyways, but this is me in hoodies because yes, it's always cold in this annoying country. But story for another day. And what else? Two monitors. One on the right is a BenQ. I can put all those details if you want to copy the exact thing I use. And the one on the left is an Asus. And then I've got my sound, setup and everything. And today, if you don't know me, my name is T Saints. I am a cinematographer. I am into color grading and also lighting. And on YouTube, I teach cinematography, color grading, and lighting. And not just YouTube, I teach in rooms. I do workshops and I do one-on-ones. And I also work professionally as a cinematographer, a colorist. And if you need someone to light stuff for you, then call me. I'm your guy. And this is my face. I've got like close to 10 years of experience doing this. So everything I've known has been through trial and error, figuring it out by myself. So if you're on a journey where you're self-learning also, I would say welcome because that was my journey. So there's no big deal. And it's okay to like, learn by yourself. I know it's very stressful to I've started the class already, guys, just so you know. I know it's stressful to learn on YouTube because there's a lot of information, and I've basically learned all that over the years, and I've found my own voice and my own creative style. So one of the things I'm particular about is basically color grading dark skin tones, and this is some of the stuff we'll be working with today. For the guys in the room in Lagos, let me look for the name again. Where are you guys? Africa Creatives Academy. For the guys here, I know you have the files already, so that's one of the advantages you get because you are the main reason why we're doing this. Let me just check in with my guy over there. All right, just asking him if I can crack on because we are ready. Everybody's standing by. We are all good to go. All right, it says we're good. Love it. Great energy, info place. Okay, so one of the things that I would say you need is to have a good eye for color. Simple. Don't think that it's so deep that you have to probably like, go to school to learn this thing. Any of the things I do today, I didn't go to school to learn it, just so you guys know. I basically learned everything by myself. And so if that's your journey, you're welcome, because I'm going to make sure that I break that barrier of people thinking you have to pay a lot of money to learn stuff. Because if you just put your head down and you train your eyes over time, you'll learn how to color grade. So in this session, I don't use PowerPoint, I don't use slides. I just talk through stuff, and I'll take pauses from time to time to just really, really tell you, to ask questions basically, so that we can engage and everybody can follow at the same time. All right. Okay. So what are we covering today? We've got like from 10:30 to what time now? To 2 o'clock. So today we'll be talking about color generally, the science of color. And I know you want to jump into color grading, but the reason why I won't jump into color grading for the first 30 minutes is because not everybody is going to leave this session and work with Davinci Resolve for sure. Some people will go back to CapCut, which is what they're comfortable with. Some people would, use Final Cut, and some people will use Premiere Pro. So I understand all that. So what I'm going to tell you is I'm going to teach you the idea and the science behind color and how you can translate that into other softwares. Okay. Now, let me cue the music for a while so we can get serious. Okay. It's time to listen to just my voice. Let's talk about color quickly. Um, I feel like one of the reasons why people struggle to create the kind of looks that they want to create most times is because, I don't know, am I in focus? Okay, yes. One of the reasons why people struggle to create the kind of looks they want to create is because most times people give you footage, or you yourself, you've shot something and you want to create magic in post. Basically, so let's think about it. Let's say you've shot something that is very bright, but you want to make it look like it's very dark. So you end up trying to fix errors that like if you had prioritized shooting for the grade, your life would be easier most times. Because I'm a cinematographer, I think that's one of the advantages I have, because when I'm shooting, I'm already setting the look on camera, and then when I get into post, I'm just enhancing the look. One of the things as colorists, you're going to be doing two things in your entire career. I said career. English is hard. I'm going to be doing two things in my entire career. One is creative editing, and one is, solving problems. And when I say creative editing, I mean like, color. Solving problems in the sense of somebody has given you something that is looking very washed out, something that looks, unsavable, and they expect you to do magic. That's our life. And the other one is creative, editing, which is where somebody gives you something and tells you, I want it to look good. I want it to pop. I want it to look cinematic. I want it to feel dreamy. I want it to feel sad. And then as a colorist, you're like, let's go, because you have all the tools to push colors and create emotion. And I feel like most times people also assume that color is a technical skill only, and they forget that there's storytelling in color. Let me just check again to be sure we're good. Okay, we're good. All right, great. Um, for me as a person, I always tell people that what makes you a better colorist is your eye for, visuals, one, and secondly, your ear for like storytelling. For example, if you're supposed to color grade a scene where someone is going through stuff, you would think that yes, he has to look saturated and sad and everything. But if you understand storytelling, there might be underlying messages in that scene. The person might be going through stuff, and they're supposedly supposed to be. Should I just speak Yoruba because this English is hard? Somebody's going through stuff, and they're supposed to, in quotes, be sad. The scene is supposed to show that um they're sad or they're going through stuff, but you decide to color grade it differently. Decide to color grade it as bright and colorful. And maybe what you're doing in that moment is, again, you have to decide with the director. What you're doing in that moment is you are playing like a reverse psychology on the audience. And there might be times and reasons why you might want to do stuff like that. All I'm trying to say is you need to understand storytelling so that you can break the rules and you are not stuck. Okay, we're good. Great. Let me put this comment on stage so I can see what's going on as you guys are commenting. So you need to understand how to break the rules so you're not stuck on this is how they said I should do it, fundamentals, which is what a lot of people do. People do a lot of, this is what they've told me it should look like, and that's what I'm going to be doing. So Two things. In your career, you're going to be creating looks. You're going to be creating looks and injecting colors. And secondly, you're going to be solving problems. Most people right now they're at a phase where they will be solving more problems than creating looks, because there's a chance they will give you footage that's not well balanced or not well shot, and you have to make it look good. Um, God bless you, Uganda. Let's go. God bless you if you've got welcome V and visuals. Welcome. God bless you if you have a cinematographer that knows what they're doing, that they will give you proper footage that looks good. But if you are at the beginning phase of your career and you're a colorist, most of the time, what you'll be getting would not be the best footage. So you have to solve the problem. So, just so I don't bore you guys, I just wanted to like get that out of the way. You need to start thinking in the space of a problem solver more than let me get the footage and start creating, colors. Because most of the time, most of the work that we do as colorists is correcting, color correcting. Then every other thing is a color grade, which brings me to my next topic. There is color correction, there's color grade, and most people mix it up. Again, guys, I'm going to jump into Davinci Resolve soon, but let's get these fundamentals out of the way. What is color correction? Somebody sends you footage. Again, I don't use slides, so I'm going to just tell you. Somebody sends you footage and you are looking at it, and the first thing you're telling yourself, I'm going to open something now. Let's add something to it. Let's bring our screen up and add this. I'm going to remove this guy and add this one. Great. Let me know if you guys can see my screen very well. Fire emoji. Thumbs up. Instagram, what's up? What's going on? Official Neki, English too much. English too much. I don't tire. Like it's stressful. And I would have spoken Yoruba, but I don't get interpreter. Perisola is in the room. Mohammed, welcome. Official Neki, welcome. Let me play you guys some music while you guys tell me if you can hear what's going on. I mean, I'm not good on a music break. I just want to like put the music back up a bit. We are good. Info place. Let's go. Love it. Okay. So when someone sends you footage, the first thing I do as a colorist is something called analyzing. That's my word. I'm going to use that. I'm not saying you have to say that, but for me, I just analyze the footage. So I've received something, right? And I start to look at it. Let me close this. This is Davinci Resolve, by the way, guys, but you can use any of your softwares. CapCut, guys, I'm going to probably do something for CapCut at some point. So you look at the footage and you're like, okay, what are the colors going on in the footage? What is wrong with the footage? Is there any problems I might need to fix? Is there anything I should be aware of? Is there anything that is too, what do you call it? Too bright or too dark? And those are the first things I look at mentally. So you have to start training your eyes as a colorist to say, okay, when I receive something, what are the problems I have to solve? Before you start thinking of, I want it to look like John Wick, the first thing is, what are the problems I need to solve? Because you need to color correct your footage, basically, make it go into a place that is ready to go before you start to put colors and everything on it. Let me explain it again in a different way. Basically, you have to dress the footage up before you start putting extra accessories on it. You have to give it like the basic underwear, if that makes sense. Okay, so let's me just quickly jump into DaVinci and let's do like a welcome to my crib kind of introduction. I will assume that you have DaVinci, but if you don't, that's okay. That's okay. Don't stress about it. I'm just going to clear this. Let's clear my timeline a little bit. I've put some footage on the timeline already, just so we don't waste time. I have these shots from this man. I don't know if you guys have seen my documentary, Home Away. If you've not seen it, let me know so I can block you now if you're my friend, because you should have seen it. Just kidding. But please go see it. Maybe I'm not kidding. Go see it. It's on YouTube. And that's the documentary that we're working on today. This is another shot. This is Felix, one of the contributors on the project. And this is Agatha, another contributor on the project. If you are into editing of any sort, to be honest, you'll be used to interfaces like this already. On CapCut, you have something like this called a timeline. A timeline is where you dump your footage, basically. So I'm not trying to be too rigid and say, oh, this is how it should look, because it's not going to look this way on CapCut or Final Cut or Premiere Pro. And I won't go around starting to like teach you how to do this, because you came here for color, not necessarily to learn how to use DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so we're going to focus on color. So let's say you've plot your footage somehow. If you don't know how to do that, you can go on YouTube and watch how to dump footage into Davinci Resolve. It's the easiest thing to do. Just grab, dump it, the same way you do on other softwares, right? Then you look at the shots and do a mental note of, why does my 4K footage load well on Premiere Pro and some footage up here on Davinci? We'll get there. We'll get there. Keep all the questions. When you send a question, put a question mark behind it so it can be flagged as a question in the comments. And when it's time for questions in the next 30 minutes, I can go and see all your questions. Okay, let's go. A little bit of housekeeping there. I'm trying to look at YouTube to see what it looks like on this side, just to make sure it's not too small. Okay, let's go picture in picture. Yeah, I think this feels a bit better so you guys can see my full screen. Okay. So the first thing you do, like I said, is to look through the shots and see if there's a problem. For this one, I can see that it's a bit bright. So I know that I have to do some color correction to bring it back. This shot is not, this is well balanced, but it's a bit on the dark side. And this is the most balanced shots of everything. I shot these things, by the way. So it's part of the documentary. Now, the reason why I said this is a bit dark, but it still looks good, is because I shot it. I know that was the intention for the scene, because I wanted to keep this scene a bit down. I wanted to make it like almost like an underexposed shot. So that's what I did with this one. So you need to sometimes check with the director or the cinematographer their intention for a scene. You don't want to see a scene that is intentionally shot and lit in a dark way and go and start raising the shot and making it look bright. That is you solving a problem that nobody sent you. Okay. So make sure that you always check that also. And then now that I've taken notes of those things, it's time to jump into color. You guys are like, this guy, show us color, show us color. We will jump into color. All right. So this is my color page on Davinci Resolve. So in Davinci, you've got this. I think this is the media page. This is the edit page. And I don't know if you can see my mouse. Hopefully, yes, you can see it. This is the edit page. This is fusion. This is color. This is Fairlight, which is for sound. And this is where you go to export. This is the deliver page. But we're going to spend most of our time in the color page. So when you open the color page, there are a couple of things that you'll be like, whoa, what's going on? It's quite fun. So do not run away. Let me see what's going on. Instagram, we're all good. Yes, good. YouTube, we're good. Very good. So you want to activate these clips, for example, just so you can see your clips on the timeline. So you can see I have 3 clips on the timeline. If you don't want, you can remove that. This is basically your program out. This is where you see everything you're doing. Here is called your nodes. This is where you put your nodes. This is your node window. So nodes are like, if you use Photoshop, they're like layers. That's where you create all your effects in and you just build your colors. We'll go through that in a second. Here you have your colors. You have all your, what do you call it? Your wheels. And these wheels correspond to the wheels on my trackpad. So just lift, gamma, and gain. Let me jump into my full. So if you look here, this is lift, this first one. There are 3 wheels here. This is lift, this is gamma, and this is gain. So basically okay, just checking that my coffee press doesn't block anything. So basically this is what I use to make all my stuff. But you don't have this, I'm sure. I hope you don't have this yet because this is expensive to get for this face. But this is what I use to do all my work most times. It just makes it faster. It doesn't make you a better colorist. I've said that for sure. And I'm saying that because I asked questions to when I was at your face. I asked everybody, will you make me better? Will you make my grace better? No, it's just like your keyboard. Your keyboard do not make you a better editor. I mean, this keyboard. It just makes your life faster because you can easily just do this and it makes your color grades very precise. So before you jump into investing in this, please do not think that's something that you're missing out on. I will show project settings. Don't worry. Let's keep going with color for now. For now, we want to think of color. I will show you my back timeline. Okay, let's jump into color because I want to get you guys excited first. Then we'll take it back and then we'll start building other things. Okay. So that's that. Let me show you back to my picture in picture. So right now we have these things on the timeline. We're good to go. The first thing I want to do is starting my color with, you have to think of it as a process. You want to first convert these shots to something called Rec 709. and I will explain that. So basically, when you shoot the way I shot this film, I shot it in a color profile called log. If you don't understand what that is, I'll give you like a very brief explanation of it. So log is, it's basically you shooting with the original sensor and the color resolution of your camera. You're not adding any saturation, you're not adding any contrast, you're not adding any sharpness. You're telling it, give me as pure as possible so that I can tweak things myself in the edit. So when you shoot this way, you're preserving all your highlights, your shadows, your midtones, all your color details are intact. So this is why it's better to do this or receive files like this for color. Most of the time, when you give people stuff that are already like, maybe you've got the saturation already cranked up. Maybe, for example, let's say you're shooting on a Sony. If you're using the profiles, I think it's PP1. Yeah, all those profiles have sharpness, saturation, and everything baked in. So you really don't want that. Okay, cool. Let me stop this music for a while. So, okay. So I shot this thing flat. The first thing I want to do is to convert it from flat. We call this flat, like log, from this flat looking image to something more interesting to see. And it's not just interesting. Basically, I want to take it from the raw. I try to not use the word raw because people get confused. It's not, because raw is a different conversation. Basically, I'm taking it from the log image to something you are used to, which is color. um what I'm doing basically is I have captured this thing without the color, but now I want to put the color back on top of it so I can color grade and color correct. I want to see this shot the way it would have looked if I shot it in color, literally. So the first thing I'll do is to come here, come to my node tree, and like I said, these are nodes and you work with them in terms of like layers. So the first one, then you build up from there. If you come here and you right click this and come here to, sorry, I'm going to add node. Let's do that again. Okay, so come here, right click and say add node and say add serial. Okay, so that's a different node right now, and you can keep adding different nodes. You can also use your keyboard shortcuts. I think it's Alt S for, yeah, Alt S for Windows and Mac. Now, the first thing I want to do is to change this, like I said again, to Rec 709. So I shot this thing with the Sony FS6. I'm going to come here. Sorry, let's rename this first so we're tidy. Node label and say, what do we call it? To 709. So I'll put to 709. The format that we use, the picture format, the look that you're used to, is called Rec 709. And that sounds like a technical jargon. I still don't know why they call it that, but it's called Rec 709 basically, guys. So I'm trying to convert this from this to Rec 709. So I have a certain way I work that I will show you later. But for now, let's do it like we don't know anything because this is very beginner. So we want to convert this to Rec 709. We'll come to effect, and under effect, we'll search for color space transform. Okay, the reason why it's not showing this is because it's in, I think it's an American color, COLO, not COLOUR. You drag this color space transform and you drag it into the node. Okay, nothing happens. Don't worry, don't panic. It's going to work out. Let me make myself smaller and this screen bigger. Okay, so now we come to input color space. You see input gamma, output color space, and output gamma. Sounds like a lot, but I'll explain it. So input color space is asking you, what camera did you shoot on? And what's the color space of the camera? For Sonys, for example, if you don't know this, you can also like search for your camera. If you like using like let's say a Nikon or a Canon, you can basically check that camera and say what's the input color space and the input gamma. But most of the time, most of them are here. So for Sony, you've come to input color space and you go all the way to Sony Gamma 3 because I shot this in S log 3. Okay. Then input gamma will be the S log. So go down and go to S log 3. It looks crazy, I know. So we'll go to S log 3, then output color space, scroll down, sorry, Davinci Word Gamut. That's what I use. And output gamma, I scroll down to Rex 709. There you go. That's it. That's what I use. Sorry. No, something is wrong. Something is wrong. Output gamma should be gamma 2.4. And let's put this as Rex 709. Yes, that is it. So you go S gamma Cine 3, Sunny S log 3, Rex 709, and gamma 2.4. Done. This is what I shot in. If I had shot with the color on my camera, this is what it will look like, basically. But what I have done is I have preserved that, and I have shot as flat as possible so I can retain all the information in the color, and then I can choose to put it back myself in the grade. If you guys are following, please drop a fire emoji. I need that fire emoji to survive. Let's go. Drop the fire emoji now. Are you following? Have I lost you? Anyone there? Okay. I want to believe you're following. How's it going, chat on Instagram? Drop your comments. Let me know that you're there. Put like a thumbs up emoji, or send a heart, or send fire. Yes, Deep War. Thank you very much. Now I know we're connected. Let's go. You guys are there. You're live. Any questions so far? Are you guys confused? Because it's going to get deeper from here. Any questions so far? Let me know. Just drop your questions and put a question mark so I can see the questions precisely. Okay, I'm going to carry on while we're asking. I like a jab. That's a peace sign. Actually, this sign means different things in the UK. This means FU or something. Is it this one or this one? One of them means it's not peace. It means FU. Something I had to learn. It's crazy. Okay. So let's carry on. So basically, right now, this is what I would have seen if I was shooting with my color on my camera. But because I shot S log 3, I'm able to retain my details, like I said, and still have access to have the chance to put it back in post generally. So this is what I would do normally if I was a beginner. So I'm doing this as a beginner right now. And when I'm done with this, I can close that effects panel, bring this one to the end. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I don't want to put a look on the footage, because this is a look, it's a Rec 709. When I mean a look, I mean color, basically. I don't want to do that and then now start color correcting and building my look off that. The reason why I won't do that is because if I do that, it's the same thing as me shooting. Not the same thing, but it's almost this, it feels like it's a waste of time for you to have shot log in the first place, because now you are building your look off something that already has a look. Okay, so basically it's as good as you have recorded with color, saturation, and sharpness. Because the way I said nodes work is, once you start something, if you pick another node after it, that node is taking information from the node before it, basically, right? So it's like you're pouring from a bucket into the next bucket, then into the next bucket. So everything you are taking information from is from the node before it. So the reason why I push this to the end is because I'm using it as a display look. And I'm trying to choose my words well, because I know that I don't want to confuse a lot of people that are on this live. I am basically putting it like a filter. Yes, that's the word. You guys know the word filter. You understand the context of filter. I'm basically using that as a filter at the end of my node tree, so that I can see what's going on. I can see what's working. I can see what's not working while I'm grading. That's basically why I'm doing what I'm doing. Okay. Let me do something quickly. Hold on, guys. I just want to remove the live stuff from my screen so I don't get too distracted. Okay, so I'm going to take off the comments from my screen. Good. You guys keep dropping your comments. I'll come there to check when it's 11:30. This is 11 o'clock right now. So we're still carrying on and everything is looking good. So again, like I said, I don't want to put my grade after the look. I want the look to be at the end of the pipeline, and I'll build my grade and color correction before it. So basically, I'm doing stuff under the hood, if that makes any sense. I hope it makes sense. Okay, so let's carry on. If it doesn't, please drop a comment and I will know. Now I want to create a node before this particular node. So I'm going to right click and come here and say add node and say add serial before. Guys, just so you guys know, when we're done with grading just one look, then we'll go back and I'll give you like the fundamentals of Davinci Resolve. We'll take a break, then we'll come back and grade the next one. If I go through the fundamentals of Davinci Resolve with you right now, you'll be bored because, to be honest, I was bored a lot while I was learning it. So let me get you excited. Let's grade together. Let's demystify that. It's almost like you're in a studio watching someone do their thing, then you go back and learn. It makes more sense that way. So that's the way I teach Davinci. Show you first, make it as simple as possible, then go back under the hood and show you the tools and the fundamentals behind it. And I hope that is something you appreciate. So I've created a node before this node now, so I can start building everything before that node. So the first thing I would do is exposure. So I would label it EXP, exposure. And exposure is basically balancing your highlights, your shadows, and your midtones. Normally, I use my panel. This is part where I start to flex and I do my panel. You can see me. Let me see if I can show something bigger so you see how that really works. So right now, this is what I'll be doing on a normal day. I'll be using my panel, and that's the advantage of the panel because you can kind of do multiple things at the same time. I'm doing midtones, I'm doing highlight at the same time. So as I'm balancing midtones, I'm bringing highlights down. So bringing midtones up, bringing highlights down at the same time. I'm bringing shadows up, basically. So that's what I would do if I had to use the panel. But that was me just showing off, guys. I'm not going to use the panel. I'm going to use my mouse. It's a bit annoying, but I will use the mouse, okay? That's how much I would do. I sacrifice that, my convenience for you guys. So with the mouse, what I come to is the lift first. I put the lift down, but don't mind me. I'm already working like you guys are pros, but yes, you're going to be pros soon. I come to my scopes. I use my scopes to kind of see what I'm doing, and I trust my scopes more than anything else because you might be using a bad monitor and it tells you like the colors are fine, but your scopes do not lie to you because scopes does not care about the monitor. It's basically reading the image and giving you accurate results. So always put your scopes on, guys. So this is the scopes, and scopes are just basically, I think I'll remove myself from this frame. Let me see if I can, let me change this for you guys. No, this one. Okay, you can see the scopes, but I feel like the scopes, you're blocked. So let's reduce this a bit. Full screen per small host. Yes, let me see what that looks like. How does that look now? That should look better so you can see everything and I will not be blocking you. So with the scopes, you kind of can see the image from left to right. If I scroll around the image, the scopes should change. Let's do that. Now we're done. I'm going to change some settings so my computer would behave itself. Okay, good. So you can see the scopes moving as I'm moving the shots, right? See how these shots look, right? Let's go to another shot and look at the scope. Put your eye on the scope. See the scope. See how the scope looks different. It looks slimmer. Look at this one too. See how the scopes look different and slimmer. And I will tell you for sure that this is how you can start analyzing footage. If you look at this shot, if you look at the scope right now, you can see these colors are jumping up, like they're actually like very much close to the ceiling. That shows you that this shot is bright. Like I told you before, I said this shot was bright because I can tell by eye. But this just shows you that this shot is bright. And why do I know that? The scope is red from. Sorry, I was pointing at something weird. Ah, okay. So the scope is red from 0 to, actually is 100 on cameras, but here is like 10,000, 1,023. I'm not very sure why that's it, but that's what Davinci Resolve as the engineers have deduced. Basically, this is your shadow point, 0, and this is your highlight point. In layman terms, this is your dark spots. This is where your shots are very dark, and this is where everything is very bright. So you kind of want to put your shots or your color around this range, depending on how dark or how bright you want it to be. So if you look at this shot and you compare it to this one, see the difference. This shot is much darker than this shot. And you can see that with the scopes. If you want me to show you again, so let me move things around. If I come and I try to bring the colors down, you can see that the shot is looking dark as I'm pulling the entire shot down in terms of brightness. You can see the scopes coming down. By the time I come all the way down, I'm already crushing the shots, right? So I'm crushing the shots basically means that the shadows are going under the like range that they should go. And now it's looking like I'm losing information. If you look at this zero, you can see white lines there. That white line is telling you that you're already crushing your shadows. At this point, you are losing details in your shadows and you're getting underexposed. So a proper balance shot, for example, will sit around here, something like this. And if you compare, let me show you before and after, before and after. Again, this is no, we're not here yet. I just wanted to show you how the scopes would really help you. So let's come back to our shot and look at the scopes. Before we did this exposure, before we did this change, which is the Rec 709 filter in codes. If you want to disable something, you can just click this button, the number. See what the scopes look like before. See? It's basically just kind of close to the lower range of the tonality. I'm choosing my words because I can use technical terms, but I don't want to confuse you guys. So the luminous range, which is the term I will use, and that's like the range of the brightness, luminosity. Of this particular shot is kind of in the midtones and the shadows. Midtones meaning it's kind of in the middle, and the shadows, which is like down. So if I enable it now, you can see that it has spread more. So this is why we shoot flat, because imagine you receive a footage that's already spread like this, and you want to now start color grading it. That means you don't have much space anymore to push things around, because basically you have already received the footage with a very big chunk of your waveform baked in already. I don't know if that makes sense now, guys. Does it? Let me know if it makes sense to you. So this is why we try not to shoot that way. I will shoot in a way that we kind of create a lot of space for us to push things around in the color. So let me put that back on, and then we'll just go back to our exposure. So in exposure, we want to move things, and we're looking at our scopes where we're moving things. So I'm looking at, don't worry about where I'm looking at my other screen just to see what's going on. So I'm bringing my shadows down, and as I'm bringing it down, you can see I'm keeping my eye on the waveform, because if I bring my lift, which is the shadows, so lift is shadows, gamma is midtone, gain is highlights, offset is everything. It's like global. Let me show you. If I bring offsets, and the way it works is these are the wheels. These wheels, if you push it up, you are basically increasing. If you bring it down, you are reducing. That's the way it kind of works. Very easy. The same way here. If you bring it down, you're bringing it down. If you push it up, you're increasing. So the same way with wheels, if I turn it this way, increase. If I turn it back, it's reducing. And that is basically affecting in the individual tonal ranges. So if I want to affect my shadows only, I target the lift. If I want my midtones, I target the gamma. If I want my bright point, which is the highlight, I go with my gain. Make sense? Okay. Let's be sure everybody is on point. Okay, so that makes sense. So we're continuing. Hi guys on Instagram and YouTube. If you have questions, please drop in the comment section. I'll keep my eye there. In the next 30 minutes, I will. Someone said that. Okay, I'm too fast. Okay, let's slow it down. I am too fast for the guys in the room. It's the coffee, guys. It's the coffee. All right. Let's slow it down. Okay. Let's take it back to the basics. Now, I'll show you the color wheels. I'll show you the scopes. And then I'll tell you what happens on screen. Does that make sense? Let's zone in. Let's zone in. Music out. Time to zone in. Okay. Do you want to tell me info place where I lost you basically, so I can take it back? If you're in the chat, let me know if you need anything. Is there any information that is too fast for you to grasp? And I would let you know. I'll take it back at any time. So basically what I was explaining is how Davinci works. And I don't want to tell you too much technical stuff that will stress you right now. I just want to take you from 0 to 100 fast, then we'll come back and then we'll now take it at a slower pace, okay? But let me know the parts where you are probably lost. Okay, so jab is good. Okay, so let's take it back just a little bit. The first thing I did, I'm going to delete everything here. Sorry, guys, if you're like, oh, no, don't do that. I'm going to do it. Sorry, because the guys in the room are the reason why we are here. So we need to make sure that they are priority. I mean, you matter, but they are my priority first. Um, I have my project here, and I want to take it from this to a finished look, basically. That's my mission. And I have tools to achieve that. There's primary color wheels, which is this one. And those are the wheels that you will use to basically finesse most of your colors. There's this part that I will show you later, this radius, HV ratio, and scaling. And then there's the scopes, okay? There's the scopes. I'm going to go full screen. The scopes is what you use to read your image. With the scopes, you can see where the bright point is, where the shadow point is, right? From adding effects to node and adding nodes. Okay, good. So that's what I'm talking about now. We'll get there. So the scopes is basically what it's more like your trusted eye, because you can't trust your monitors that much. So with the scopes, you kind of get to see what's going on in your image. If it's too bright, you will see in the scopes. If it's too dark, you will see it. If it's too saturated, you will see it. And I'll show you all that in a second. But let's talk about the nodes. With nodes, you're basically building out your workflow. Nodes are like layers. It's basically how you do everything you're doing in Davinci Resolve. You start with color correction and you end with a grade. But if you don't put nodes on the screen, you can't do anything, because nodes are like your layers. Like I said, in Photoshop, you build with layers. It's like a brush, yeah? Or it's like a bucket that you want to pour something inside. So let me give like a very short overview of nodes. There are different type of nodes. There's serial nodes, there's parallel nodes, and I'll show you here. So if I right click here, and how do you get to the nodes, right? It's here. If you come here, you'll see nodes. If you don't see it on your computer, come here and click on nodes. Okay, it should pop up. Here, click on nodes, and it should pop up. Are we following? So when you have the first node, you want to kind of build across this entire space. You know, you can, again, you guys can adjust. You can adjust your space as much as possible. You can drag it to have more space for your node. So let me drag it here. So you want to build across it, because this is where you're going to be building most of your looks. There are things called node trees. Basically shows like your structure of your nodes and how you build them. Okay. So how do you keep the same color grade for different shots? Okay, cool. Like we'll talk about that in 15 minutes. Okay. So right now, what we want to do is to bring the look that we're supposed to have captured on camera, but we didn't capture. We want to bring it back on this footage. And the reason why we didn't capture, like I said, is because we want to preserve the latitude. Now I'm using technical terms that might be confusing. Latitude is basically, I want to preserve the details in the shots. Okay. It makes you feel like you know what you're doing when you're speaking this English. Now, see, I'm speaking slow now. I hope you guys are following in the room. Now I want to add effects, and I want to add my Rec 709 look. Basically, I want to give this shot a more pleasant look. So what I do is to come to effects, right? Sorry, 1 second. Let me check what's going on here. Okay. Yes, I'm going slower now. I just got a message from the room. So what I'm doing is I'm going to close this. I came to effects, then I typed color, COLOR, space transform. It's called a CST. In case you've read CST, it's called a CST. And you bring this and you drag on the node. When you drop it on the node, nothing happens, right? Nothing happens. You click that and you come and you start to impute stuff here. Now, this is where it depends on the camera you're shooting on. If you're shooting on an ARRI, for example, ARRI has its own input color space and its own input gamma. and it has its own output color space. No, sorry, the output color space and the output gamma are usually the same. So let's come here and say Rec 709 because that's the destination. That's the target color that we're going for. And I can talk about that details, but it's very technical. And we can spend like sessions on that. So don't stress yourself with that. Come to Rec 709 and come to Gamma 2.4. That is the industry standard, final look ish. So Rec 709 and Gamma 2.4. That one is going to be constant for you for now. So let's settle with that one for now. Now, this is where things will change. Input color space and input gamma depends on the camera you're using. For example, if you're using a Canon, it will be a, let me see. If you're using a Canon, it will be a Canon Cinema Gamut, and it'll probably be a C-Log. So if I shot with a Canon, I'll set it as Canon Cinema Gamut and Canon Log 3, if that's what I shot on. And if you're a cinema person or you're a cinematographer, you will probably know. You can always ask the cinematographer what they shot on. Ask them, sorry, what did you shoot on? What color space did you shoot on? They'll tell you, oh, I shot S Log 3. Oh, I shot D Log 2. Oh, I shot in ARRI Log C. So if it was an ARRI camera, you would probably shoot in ARRI wide gamut. And you come to, where's ARRI? ARRI Log. So if it was ARRI, you probably use this one, or you use like this gamut 3 and Log C. Sometimes I grade with this ARRI look because I want to kind of cheat and make the camera feel like, yeah, it's an ARRI, even though it's not an ARRI. So some people do this workflow where they put like ARRI Log C anyways, even if they shoot with a Nikon. But it's better to use your original camera. So I would use my Sony because I shot on the Sony FS6, and I shot with this, color space S Gamut C 3 Cine, and where is my S Log 3? Then I come down to Sony S Log 3. Sorry, I'm going to just move this away from my face a bit. Come on, stay. Okay, that's way better. I hope you can still hear me, guys. Sorry, it might be loud in the room. Apologies. Okay, so that's what I did, and that's what I would do. So S Log 3, Rec 709, Gamma 2.4. Simple. And all I've done is basically tell it, pretend that we shot you with color. Are you guys following now? Info place. Tell me if that is better. Do you prefer this space? Perfect spacing. Let's go. What about color management? We'll talk about color management later. It's a different topic, but we'll go into that towards the second half of this live webinar or training. So let's get to that later. So we've done this already. So let's close this effect. Let's take this back down. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I don't want to grade. I can as well put it here and say right click. That's what I did. Right click, add node, add serial, and then start to like do my exposure and everything on this shot. Sorry, my stuff is done. And then start to like do my exposure and everything from here. The reason why I won't do that, like I explained earlier, is because what I've just done is the same thing as shooting with color and then trying to grade it. Because what's the point? I've already created the look here, and then now I'm trying to grade over the look. That's not what I want to do. I want to grade under the look, basically, so that I can retain all my information under the look and just see the final shots at the top. Forget that if you don't understand what I just said. Forget it. It sounds like jargons, but basically grade under the look, or basically let your look be at the end and then grade in front of it. Or when I mean grade, I mean do all your things, your color correction, everything in front of it. Okay. I know you're probably going to be wondering what is serial node, what is parallel node. I will talk about that. Let's get a grade out of the way. Let's see what is possible so you guys can be confident. Then we'll talk about all that. Okay. Great. All right. I'm just keeping an eye to make sure everybody is good. Okay, so we're back now. So right click and say add node, but this time around you say add serial before. Before now I said add serial. That puts your serial node in front. Now I'm saying add it before so that it can give me one that is behind this particular one. So right now I'm moving this here, and this is where we start whatever we're doing. So yeah, let's go. So the first thing I do is exposure. I want to balance this shot and make sure that everything is well balanced. Even though I shot it and I pretty balanced it well, there's always room to like improve it in post, which is what our job as colorist is. So now I don't do it by eye. I'm lying. I do it by eye because my eyes are kind of trained. But for you, I would say always use your scopes. So with the scopes, like I explained before, there's zero. Zero is dark. There's 1023. Sometimes on cameras is 100. That is highlight is bright. So if, for example, let me come to my highlight, which is gain, and push my gain up. You can see that it's expanding at the top range of the scope. Look at the scope as I'm pushing my gain up. Can you see that I'm affecting all the bright points of the shot? And right now, if you come to the scope, you can see there's this white showing here. At this point, it's telling me like you have clipped your highlights. Clipping your highlight means you have overexposed your highlights. There are different terms that people use. They call it overexposure. They call it burnt out. They call it hot, like the shot is hot, or they say it's washed out. That means there's no details in your highlights. If you look at it, let me remove this. If you want to take this off, just click clips. See, no detail in your highlights. It's all overexposed and too bright. The entire shot is not too bright, but the highlights are burnt. It's hot. It's overexposed. Are you guys following? You're now colorist. If you want to reset that, you come here and you click this button. That resets it. Done. Let me do it again. Burn it and say, okay, I don't want that. And you reset it. Good. I can see you guys nodding. I said, okay, in the room. Well done. Now, if you want to do the same thing here, it's the same process. You see, I'm increasing the gamma. You can see that the middle of the waveform is moving, and it's also moving with the shadows because that's the way this particular tool works. There are other tools that kind of limits what's happening to the midtone, but this one, you will see most of the midtone go up and some bit of the shadows will follow it. So you can see that the midtone is going up. Our highlights are still not burnt out. I mean, it's looking white now, washed out, but the highlights is not overexposed, you can see. But we have overexposed the midtones. And midtones is where your skin, most of your detail stays in a shot. So you don't want to overexpose that, especially for dark skinned people. Okay. Shadows. Let's lift shadow up. If we move shadows up, see, all the dark spots of the shot are getting brighter. If you bring shadows down, all the dark spots, the dark points of the shot, you can see. Put your eye on the waveform as I'm doing it and look at the image too. You can see the dark points is basically going down. You can see. I'm still pushing it down, just so you guys know. See that everything now at this point, there's no detail. Detail, Otilo, detail is gone. So we don't want to do that. So we come here and we reset it. Are you guys following? How's the pace? Happy with the pace? Lee, I see you. Isaac Mendes, I cite you. Is the pace okay, Info Palace? Is everyone still following? I want to believe so. Okay, let me put a comment on stage so I can say it. Okay, so pace is good. So let's continue. So now that you know the tools, you know how to like balance, like when I say balance, I mean exposure. Now let's try to push this color into like this shot into the, in quotes, better balanced, stuff. You're doing very good. Love it. So I'm going to, sorry, reset that. There's something I didn't tell you. So it's not just brightness that you can do with these tools. You can see the color wheel. So this is a color wheel at the top of it. This is a luminous wheel. This is basically what you use to like control the highlights, like the shadows, the darkness, everything. You want to make it darker or brighter. But here, this is a color wheel. And you can see the colors go from, red, magenta, blue, teal, green, yellow. And there's, I think there's purple here. Basically, what this is doing is you can push things into each of the ranges that you want. That sounds like English. Let me show you. So let's say we want to push things in the midtones of this shot, which means anything that is in the middle, we want to push colors into it. Let's say we want to push blue into it, right? You click that point in the middle. Right now it's in the middle, so it's very neutral. And you push towards the color you want. Can you see what's going on? The entire shot has this bluish feel because you have pushed blue into the midtones. Let's reset that. Let's say you're looking at it and you're saying, okay, I want the bright points in this shot to have blue. The bright points in the shot to have blue. Come to gain, because gain is the one that affects, bright points in the shot. You come here and you push towards blue. I don't know if you can see like the bright points of the shot, like the sky, these window points, everything now has blue. And in your mind, you're already thinking, we're already color grading. Relax, we'll get there. I'm just showing you the fundamentals of how this works. Yeah. Let's say we want the shadows to be cool. Now I've started to use, like, I'll be introducing color grading terms to you guys slowly. Let's say we want to cool the shadows. You probably will hear people say, yeah, I kind of want the shadows to be cooler. What you would do is come to your lift and cool it. So you can see the dark points of the shot are now getting blue. Look at the cap. Look at the cap. That's the dark point of the shot. The cap is getting blue. You can see. Let's say I want to push towards green. You can see what's going on. See? So basically you can use these color wheels to inject colors into your shots. And that's why I said this is where you would do most of your everything you're doing in DaVinci. Most of it happens with the color wheels. So you need to understand how it works. And for people that are curious about the panel, the same way, I've got these wheels. I'm going to show you. If you look at this, I've got these wheels at the top. So these wheels basically correlate with the wheels on this color thingy. So let me show you this one. So if I push my shadows, if I push towards that direction, it's pushing towards, you can see it's moving here. You can see it moving in the shot. See? So if I push towards that, that's that. I can reset it also. I can push my midtones. I want to push my midtones now. So I come to the second ball, which is in the middle. And I push towards, let's say we're pushing towards green. So green is on this side. So I push towards green. This is the only thing the panel does for you. Speed, so you can easily do this. Pushing two colors at the same time. I'm pushing lifts into blues. I'm pushing gamma at the same time into yellow. Okay, show off time done. Back to reality. I'm just trying to show you this also because I feel like most people get into that trap of thinking they don't have a panel so they can't do stuff. I color graded a lot of years before a panel, so you don't need it. It's great, but you don't need it. That's my point. Now we want to focus and balance these shots in terms of exposure. So my lift, I want to bring my lift down a bit, and I'm looking at the waveform. I want to just barely touch, just barely touch that line, because once I touch the line and I push it down more than that, I'm already losing details. You can see it's already looking like there's white there. See, there's white under here. So it's already looking weird. I don't want that at all to happen. So let's bring it back to this point. Yeah, that looks okay. And again, if you're balancing shots, you have to kind of balance it to what the intention of the shot is, like I explained earlier. This is a very bright day. There's a bright sun coming down, like sun was setting. So you don't want it to look dark, because if there's a sun, if it's a sunny day, it shouldn't look dark, right? So you want to keep that intention. All I'm just doing right now is trying to make sure I create just a little bit more contrast, more light on the wheel. Okay, I'll do that in a second, right? So let's talk about the wheel for a second more before I go into this. So the wheels are basically your control panel. It's your control panel for everything you're doing in DaVinci. I'm going to reset this. Lift, gamma, gain, offset. Yes. So if I just start teaching you, telling you about it, it's going to be theory, and you rather see it in action, and that just helps you better. Okay. Lift is shadows. Say it that way. So it's lift, gamma, gain. It's called LGG. Lift is shadows. Let me change to this one so you can see. Ignore whatever I just did. Now, basically, this wheel is for shadows, midtone, highlight, and offset. Okay? Shadow, midtone, highlight, and offset. Let's jump back here. It correlates to the same thing as lift, gamma, gain, and offset. Let's talk about lift for a second. Lift targets your shadows. It targets the dark sides of your shot. If I was color grading this, my sets right now, this chair, if I push the lift down, this chair will be affected more than what I'm wearing. because lift affects the shadow sides of your shot. So if I push my my lift, if I push it down, if you look at the wheel now and I push it down, you can see it's affecting the dark sides of the shot. Like look at the cap, look at the shadow under his head. If I lift it up, it's basically lifting the shadows and all the details of the dark sides of the shot. So it targets just the dark sides, okay? That's what lift does, nothing else. And it doesn't target just the brightness, it targets the color and the brightness. If you want to affect brightness, you use this wheel. Okay. If you want to affect color of the shadow side, so let's say for example, I want to make this chair have some blue in it. What I would do, look at the cap. This cap is black, so let's use the cap as an example. What I would do is come here and push blue into my shadows. This cap has changed color. Okay, so I've targeted that. Look at my shots, go into the dark sides and do this correction. So if I do before and after, like I said, if you want to do that, click on this. This is before. Now it's been disabled, and if I click on it again, that's it. So I've pushed this color into my shadows. If I push green, can you see that there's green? If you look at his beards, there's some green there. Look at this cap. Look at this under his shadow. Just look at the shots. Can you see? There's green. If I do before, let me do before. So this is before. Before, everything looks normal. Look at the cap. And now when I do after, with the effect I did, see? So when you see some grades and you're like, things are looking so green or things are looking so whatever, that's what they did. They push colors into certain tonal ranges of the image. All right. I've reset that now. Let me reset this. The same thing applies to, maybe this is a bit bigger for you guys to enjoy. So is that clear on lift? Let's go to gamma. For gamma affects just everything in the midtones. And let me explain what midtone means. So on color, or with every image, and this appears to sorry, this also affects when you're doing Lightroom, when you're doing photo editing. Everything is in tones. Everything is like, oh, is it dark? Is it bright? Or is it in the middle? So whatever is in the middle is midtones. That's why we call it midtones. And that's why if I show you what they did here, shadow, midtone, highlights. So see, whatever is in the middle of, it's not dark, it's not bright, it's midtones. Simple as that. And there's some things that kind of, fall into the midtones of your image. Things like your skin, because your skin is not black, like super dark, and it's not super bright. So it's in the midtones. Your clothing, if it's not a dark clothing, like this, what he's wearing right now, is in the midtones. So if I want to increase his face, maybe I feel like his face is a bit too dark. Instead of coming here to increase this one, which will increase all my dark points of the shots, I'll come to midtones, and which is gamma, and push it up. Can you see how the face is getting brighter? However, as I'm pushing the face up, I'm also increasing the brightness of the highlights. And I explained that to you earlier. The way it works is this. It's annoying sometimes. It's like, okay, you want me to increase the midtones. But I hope you know that it's not just midtones that will go up, because everything from, so let's do this. I like to do analogies. Let me show you guys myself full stage. Okay. So there's shadows, yes, there's midtones, and there's highlights. Let's do it this way. Shadows, midtones, and highlights. Okay. Shadows is everything that is dark. So if you tell shadows to lift up, it will start lifting up, but because it's lifting, every other thing will also lift with it. So as you're lifting your shadows, your midtone is also lifting. So everything is lifting. Okay? It's like layers. As you're pushing shadows up, shadow is saying, okay, I'm coming up, midtone yourself come up. So as you're affecting shadows, your midtone is also going up and your highlight is going up. Okay? But what goes up the most is your shadows, because that's what you're pushing. If you're pushing midtone because it's in the middle, midtones is also going up and pushing your highlights up, and your shadows is following it. But what gets affected the most is your midtones. Does that make sense, guys? If you're pushing it down the same way as it's coming down, your shadow is coming down also, your highlight is following it. But those ones are coming at a slower speed compared to your midtones. And you will see that happen. I'll show you. Highlights, if you push your highlight up, highlights will go up and every other thing will follow it, but they will come slower than the highlights. Now that I've done that analogy, let me show you. Look at the waveform while we're doing this, okay? I'm going to move my gamma. I'm going to push my gamma, which is the midtone. As I'm moving it up, can you see that the highlight is going up also? The highlight being everything here. Everything at the top of this, scope is highlights. Everything at the top is highlight. Everything under here is shadow. Everything on this lower side is shadows. So your cap, for example, this cap, for example, is around here for sure. And everything in the middle here is probably like his face, his clothes, and everything else. And if you don't understand how to read scopes, because it can be a bit complicated, there's a video on my YouTube channel. You can watch that later also, and I can also touch on it briefly. But it would take like 1 hour to explain scopes to you. So as I'm pushing my lift up, my gamma up, sorry, you can see that the shot is getting brighter. Even the highlight is getting affected. So everything is affecting everything. So you have to be careful when you're making an adjustment on one part of your image, because every other part of the image will also need to be readjusted. It's like a push and pull kind of effect. You're pushing your shadows up, you're going to have to affect something else. Okay, so I'll show you what I would do on a normal day. Let me show you that in practice. In practice, we want to lift this particular face up a bit, and we want to darken the shot a little bit. Not darken, like just make the shadows come down a little bit. So I'll bring the shadows down first. I want to bring it down to a point where I'm looking at the cap. So I use like references like, okay, if I push shadows down, I'm trying to put my eye on this place. So I'm kind of saying, okay, let me push my shadows down. Okay. Push my shadows down. All right. Then I say, okay, fine. My shadows, they're in a nice place now. Let's go to my midtones because this face is getting a bit too dark. Let me lift the face up. As I'm lifting it up, the shadows that I pushed down now has already started coming up again. That's okay. Let me prioritize the face first. I like where the face is. Then I'll come back to the shadow and pull it down again. So it's like as you adjust one thing, something will be affected. You have to go back and balance it out. So it's a balance, which is why we use this. So when I'm using the trackpad, as I'm adjusting one, I'm pulling the other one the opposite direction. It's like countering the effect of something. So right now, the face is kind of okay where I want it. Then I want to bring the shadow back down again. Not too much, just like this. Then I'm looking at the highlights. At the same time, I'm like, should I increase the highlights? Let's try to increase the highlights. Just note that when I increase the highlights, things like, look at this part of the face. I hope you can see it. This side of the face with the lights shining on him will become brighter fast because that's the highlights. All these parts with the white bits, those are highlights, meaning like the brightest part of the image. If I push the highlight up, see what's affected? So can you see? See? So I want to just increase it a little bit, not too much. I want to keep detail in the shot. So before it was like this, I want to increase it a bit, but it's too much now. And I'm keeping my eye on the scope also. Not too much. In short, let's bring it down a little bit more. Let's bring it down. Let it look calm like this. Yes. But now the face, because I brought it down, the face is now a bit darker. What do? I come to my gamma again, increase it. Because I've increased the gamma, and the gamma also, like I said, as the gamma is coming up, is also like increasing the highlights. I'll come back to the highlight again and bring it down a little bit more. So it's a dance. And because I've done that, I've increased the gamma. My shadows has also been lifted up. I will come back to my shadows and bring it down a bit. It's like a massage. Now I'm like, okay, let me check the shots. Let me just move. So I come to my playback and I just move it around to see the frame to be sure it's fine. Okay. I think I'm happy with this so far. If you want to check how far you have come, again, like I said, press this number, click it. This is before, this is after. Can you see the difference, guys? This is before. Look at the waveform. It's okay, but when I improved it a bit after, I made it a bit brighter. I increased just mildly the highlights and every other thing on it. This is before the face was dark, and this is after. The face is a bit better now. I can still come here and increase these midtones a little bit, but I can see the highlight is burning. It's overexposed. I don't want that. I want to bring it back down a little bit more. But now I don't have my shadows crunchy anymore. My shadows are not as deep as I want it. So I want to come back to my shadows again and bring it down a little bit. So it's a finesse. You just keep doing it. So see, before and after, before and after. And all I've done is exposure right now. So right click, node label, and say exposure. That's to save the node, like to not save it, like to give it a name. So right click, node label, and type the name you want to give it. It depends on what you want, but I like to just call it EXP. And that is it. Are we clear on the wheels now, at least for balancing exposure? Let me know, drop your comments. Let me see if that is good before I proceed. Instagram, can you guys see very well? Is everything looking good on that side? Info Palace, are we good on the wheels? Is this pace good enough? Because we need to take questions in like 20 minutes. I was supposed to do 11:30, but we'll do 20 in the next 20 minutes. So yes, good. So that's the first thing I'll do. I'll do exposure. And again, let's see where we started from so we guys can see that we've made progress, okay? So what I do to see where we're coming from is to literally, there's this button here. If you put your mouse on it, you'll see bypass color grades and fusion effects. If I click it, it will bypass everything. So you can kind of see what you have done so far. If I click it again, everything comes back. So you can try that. Bypass. It shows you where you started from. So it deactivates all the nodes. And then you click it and then you see everything. And again, when I bypass it, see what we started with, see our waveform, see how slim it was. Okay, I'm going to remove these comments because it's over. Okay. All right, we're going to offset that, don't worry. So you can see before and after. Good. Now let's use offset to, let me show you what offset would do on a normal day. Basically, I've done exposure now. So I'm going to reset this. I know it's painful, like, we just did this work and we're resetting it. Yeah, it's part of, that's what happens in tutorials. You do stuff and you cancel it. Just to do a quick recap, we started with an empty node. We created the Rec 709 conversion. We converted from log, if you come to here, from slog3 to Rec 709 gamma 2.4. And then we started doing exposure. So now I want to show you what happens with offset. Offset is like a global wheel. So what offset does is, offset tells you, okay, I'm going to move everything at the same point. So right now, do you want to go up in terms of exposure or do you want to come down? Think of it as ISO on your camera. Offset is like, okay, this shot is not bright enough. Let me go to like 200. It's not technically ISO. Don't get it confused, but just think about it that way. This shot is not bright enough. Let me increase the overall brightness. So offset is an overall brightness or darkening tool. So if I come to offsets, the same way, if I push this up, everything, see the entire image is moving in one synergy. Can you see it? Everything is going up the same way. If I bring it down, everything is coming down the same way. Simple as that. That's what it does. It's a global wheel. So it's not just targeting shadows or highlight. It's basically moving the entire image up in terms of brightness or bringing it down in terms of brightness. And my stomach is rumbling. Hope you guys didn't hear that. And how do you, or when do you use this? I'll use this when I have an image that I kind of like the way it is. I just want to move everything a bit, like I want to just balance, or maybe I see the shot is just, everything is just overexposed. I want to bring it down. I will start with offset first. So for this, for example, let's use this. Let's say I want to just increase the overall brightness of the shot. So I've brought my offset up. I'm like, okay. And I'm looking at my highlight when I'm doing this because I don't want to clip my highlight for any reason. I don't want it overexposed. So I'm looking at my waveform and my highlight. And I'm like, okay, this is cool. This is good enough, right? So let's say before and after. So I've exposed it a bit brighter. Then I want to bring back my shadows and I bring it down. So come to shadows, bring it down, raise the midtones a bit, bring it down, and bring the highlights down. Sorry, guys. Bring this up. And shadows, I'm pulling my shadows down a bit. just to finesse it and see where we're going. Increase the midtones just a little bit. I'm keeping my eye on the highlight, and the way I do it is I look at the brightest point of the shot and I try to make sure it's not too bright, like not this way. So I'm bringing it down, and I'm like, okay, this is an okay start for me. I can stop here. If I want to check what I've done so far, it's always good to do before and after. So you kind of, your brain can trick you and say things are good. Always check where you started from and see if you have made progress, if you have helped the shot or you have destroyed it. So let's come here and disable. This is before, this is after, this is before, this is after. Done. That is offsets right there. Simple as that. Info Palace in the room. How are you guys feeling? Did that work out properly? Let me know in the comments. Then we can proceed to contrast, white balance, and then we'll do a very basic look. Great, still here. Good. Info Palace, are you guys good? On offsets? Let me check my WhatsApp to see if there are any messages for me. Okay, so we're good. That is good. Let us carry on and continue. Instagram, we have lift, gamma, gain. Favorite the creator. Yes, we have lift, gamma, gain, and offsets. Lift is for shadows, gamma is for midtones, gain is for highlights, and offset is like a global. And if you want to remember most times, just come to this. You can click this log, and you can see shadow, midtones, highlight, and offsets. And there's a reason why I'm not giving you all these details, because if you go into these guys, you will get confused more. So um, we will use it when we need to use it. Okay, we'll come back to all this in depth after our first half of this session. By 12:30, we'll take a break and then we'll come back and then we'll now go into like deep details. Okay. All right. So this is exposure done. Let's come back to our wheel. I'll right click now because I want to continue. Right click and come to add node and say add serial. Okay. Good. I'm going to go to my small self down. Good. So now I want to do something called contrast. If you notice, because I could have come here and I could have just brought everything, brought the shadows down, make it look like very contrasty and ready to go. But I don't do that intentionally. I'm going to because for me, color grading is in stages. You kind of build over stuff. You kind of do one thing, then you create more space. Because if you do everything in one node, it will be difficult for you to trace where the problem is most times. Especially when let's say I grade something and the client comes and says, I like it, but it's a bit too contrasty, you know. And what they're trying to say is the contrast is too much. Contrast is basically the difference between your dark side and your bright points, and that you will see that happen in a second. So if the client says it's too contrasty, if I don't separate my nodes, it's difficult for me to know which exact node I have to go into and fix. Or maybe the client says it's too saturated. If I do everything inside one node, because you can do everything, you can do your saturation here also inside this exposure node. Everything can be done here. But the problem is you want to be organized. So you want to keep things in different layers and build up organically. And aside that, you also understand, like I told you before, everything is built one step after the other. It's like pouring from an excuse to pour my coffee, pouring from this coffee dispenser, um, French press into this cup, then pouring from this cup into another cup and into another cup. So you're basically pouring from one to one to one to one to one. That's how color grading works in Davinci Resolve. You don't want to put everything inside this place because then it's now a mix and it's difficult to separate. I hope that analogy works, but I just gave myself a reason to pour a drink. Okay. Sorry if you can hear me swallowing water or the coffee. I just need my mouth to be wet. Okay. Scrap that. Moving on. We're going into contrast. I hope you guys are having fun. I try not to be too serious on my live videos because color grading on its own is scary to most people, and I don't want you guys to feel scared. So we're going to contrast. The next thing I do is contrast. So I will come here, right click. Let's give it a name. Node label and contrast. Okay. Now with contrast, I want to stretch the image a bit more. I want to make it, maybe punchier. And I know it sounds like, what are you saying? But I'm going to show you, and then we can talk about it. If you come back to this wheels panel, there are a lot of things that are written there. There's temperature, there's tint, there's contrast, there's pivots, there's this mid detail. Mid detail is mid-tone detail, basically. There is what other things do I need to show you? There is saturation, there's highlights, there's shadows, there's hue, there's luminous mix, and there's color boost. I will show you the things you need to worry about for now. And instead of just showing you technically and telling you theory, we'll be using it and you'll be seeing how it works. So let's go into contrast. We want to build contrast. There's a lot of ways to build contrast in Davinci Resolve, but the most basic way and effective also is this one. Just come here and pull it up, put your mouse on it and increase it. Can you see what's going on? The brightest points are getting brighter and the darkest points are getting darker. That's basically what contrast is. It's going to stretch your image. Say, okay, this is the image right now on the waveform. Let's stretch it. Let's stretch it. So this is insane. We're not going to do this. So let's bring it back a bit. If you take it down this way, you can see how the shot has lost all contrast. If I bring it back, I'm increasing the contrast. This is what people do, and you see those music videos look very punchy. It's basically contrast. So you can see the contrast on the face. See how the skin looks rich because, I'm pulling the contrast. This is insane though. I won't do this. I'm just showing you the extreme. One way to learn color grading is to push things to the extreme, then bring it back. Okay. So you want to see what happens when you destroy something. Then you're like, okay, let's not do that. Then you bring it back. So I'm going to increase the contrast a bit to this point because I want it to be punchy. And there's something called pivots. Pivot is basically quite tricky to explain, but pivot is basically the midpoints in your contrast. So I explained that contrast stretches your image. So let's use my analogy because I like to do analogies a lot. Let's just say, let's do full screen. Sorry, I'm sometimes old school like that. I teach with analogies. So let's say this is your shadows. Let's say this is your midtones. And let's say this is your highlights. Yeah, let's just do imagination like that. Just imagine that, okay? Shadows, midtones, highlights. Good. Now, with contrast, what contrast does is it's stretching your image. So when it's, I don't have 3 hands, like how do I want to do this? So when it's stretching your image, okay, pretend that the midtone is there. So highlights, contrast is like, okay, you want me to increase the contrast. Okay, let's stretch the image, okay? So we're stretching the image this way. Highlight is going up, shadows is coming down. See? Highlights coming up, shadows going down. What is pivots? Pivots is that point where you tell the software that I don't want my midtone to move. Technical, guys. So this is this is my midtone. You're telling the software that this is where I want the midtone to stay. So even if you are stretching things up and down, I don't want this midtone to move past this place. I don't want it to move past this place. I just realized that would be difficult to over-explain. So I'm going to show you, okay? Let's show you. So if I make my contrast, let's increase it this way, okay? Sorry, I'm not showing you guys my screen. So if I make my contrast this much, and I come to pivot, let's move the pivot around. As I'm moving the pivot around, you can see the contrast is moving around. Like it's it's basically deciding that, okay, let's keep the face, the midtone intact around a particular point. I will show you this in an advanced tutorial, but basically you use this pivot to move your contrast points for your midtones up or down. Yeah, that sounds very complicated. If you get it, you are super brilliant because this took me a while to understand. So, but basically, you can leave this. You can leave this as as 0, at the default, which is 0.435. And how did I reset it now? So let me scatter it. If you want to reset it, just double click on pivot. You want to reset this one, double click, and it goes back to like 1.000. So let's increase that a bit and leave the pivot out of it for now. Okay. You might think you've not done anything, and it looks like that sometimes, but let's compare. Let's see what we have done. So come here, like I said, if you want to disable something, you just click the number. See before, see after. So before, sorry, this is after, this is before. Now look at the waveform. Look at the waveform now. This is before and see after. See the stretch in the wave. See the top now is around 896 and the bottom is around, in the middle of 0 and 128. Let's go before. See before, see that the highlight was a bit lower, the shadows was a bit higher. But when we do contrast, we've increased it. Does that make sense, guys? So we are improving the look of the shot. If after doing this contrast, you feel like my highlights are too bright, then you can come back to your first node, click it, and come to highlight and take the highlight down again. Color grading, you can keep tweaking things to taste as much as you want. Let me increase the midtones a bit. You can come back to the contrast again, click on the contrast node, and increase the contrast. Increase the contrast a bit. Okay. Let me know we're on the same page. Let's do, what emoji should we do now? Let's do a muscle up emoji. I hope you can find it. That one. That shows me we're on the same page. If we're not on the same page, if you're confused, thumbs down. Thumbs down. I have one more thing to show you before we do questions. Okay. How are we doing Instagram? Favorite the creator, are you good? And Yuri Binds, Afimanda, Uzada, thanks for joining. Everyone that's joined on Instagram, well done. Let me know if you can see me properly. Funo 5 Films, welcome. I think you've gone actually. Favorite the creator, yeah, you're good. Everything is clear. Okay, Info Palace, is that clear on contrast? Are we good on contrast? Okay. We're still color grading. Again, guys, in case you're just joining, contrast and pivots, it's kind of technical. I will explain it again. It's kind of technical, but we'll get there. Contrast, like I said, is, basically you're stretching the image or you're like collapsing it. So let me show you what happens on the opposite side of contrast. So if, for example, we want to reduce the contrast, maybe the shot has too much contrast. Okay, a bit more of example. So let me say I want to reduce the contrast. So I'm bringing it back down now. I don't know if you can see that the exposure is still the same exposure, but we have reduced the brightness and the dark size. If you look at the waveform, see what I'm doing? I'm squeezing it back. See? Can you see the waveform? Can you see how squeezed it is? Because I'm reducing the contrast. If I increase the contrast, I'm stretching the image more. See how it's stretching? I think that's the best way to explain it. See? Contrast is saying stretch. I say stretch. Spread and stretch the waveform, the image, the tonality. Contrast is not, shadows should go down, highlights should come. It's saying everything's like this and we're stretching it. So you see some shots that are high contrast shots. You see some shots, they are low contrast shots. So a bit more of example. Okay, I'll show you more. Let me show you let's go to another clip. Let's just come here. Don't worry about what I'm doing, guys. Just pretend I'm not doing anything. I'm going to quickly just fix these shots. For example, this shot looks too bright. You can see from the waveform. See what's happening in the waveform. As I apply the effect, and I'll tell you how to do that later. As I apply the effect on these shots, everything jumped up. I can come to my offsets now and bring everything down. That is what I use offset for. Instead of saying, let me just bring the highlights down, I want everything to even come down in the first place. So everything has come down. My shadows they're clipping. You can see here, it's clipping. Gonna raise it up a bit. Yes, and then bring my midtones down. This is me doing a quick fix on these shots. We will go into that on the second half. Bring my highlights down. Good. Now the contrast. Let me disable that. This is before contrast. This is with contrast. And if you think about it very well, contrast also brings saturation up. Look at this shot without contrast. See? It kind of looks not saturated enough. With contrast, because you are telling it that I want the shadows and the highlights to stretch the colors, like pump more contrast into the shots. It might sound like it doesn't still make sense, but when you start to use it and try stuff with contrast, and I'll show you my teaser in a second, you will start seeing how that applies. If I increase the contrast of these shots, what's happening is, if you look at the waveform, just put your hand on the waveform. That's the best way to know contrast. It's stretching. It's like an elastic stretch, right? The dark points are getting darker. The bright points are getting brighter at the same time. That is contrast for you. It's equal darkening and brightening. The shot is like this, like, oh yeah, stretch, and then stretching. And as it's stretching, highlight is going up, shadows is coming down. So that's your contrast. If I want to, bring it back down, shrink it, and I will say, okay, let me shrink my contrast. So I'm shrinking it now. You can see the waveform is shrinking. You can see the middle. Okay, let me do something for you guys. Let me do something that will help you guys see what's going on. Look at this. Look at the middle. Put your eye on the middle, like this 5-1-2 side. Okay. When I'm stretching it, that middle is not really moving. It's just stretching alongside the top and the bottom. See? It's stretching. It's like, see, when I fully stretch it to the fullest, bring it back down. When I stretch it like almost nothing, it becomes almost white. When I move the pivot, see, as I'm moving the pivot, can you see what's going on? It's different. I've already set the contrast, but the mid-tone point is shifting. See, I'm moving the pivot left. The mid-tone is now shifting up. It's like putting a nail on something. It's like, let's say this is analogy time. Let's say, yeah, this is my headphones cable. Let's say this is my clothing line, I would like to say, like I'm spreading something on it. I put a pin here or a nail, tie this place down. That's its pivot. Tie it down, but stretch this part, stretch this part. So the thing stretches. If I change my pivots, what I'm telling is that, okay, I don't want this point tied down. Tie this place down instead. So it's tied this place down. Now stretch it. So that means I have more stuff to stretch from highlights. Good. I think that makes a lot of sense. Let me find a way to explain it better. Good. So this is when I teach, I bring out everything to teach, and I think it's weird, but I hope you guys find it, beneficial that I'm grabbing everything in my room to like do this. So this is a line. This is our, where's that thing? Yeah. These are our pivots. I'm gonna make this guy stay intact. So let's say this is our pivot, okay? You have to stay. Oops, it's not staying. Okay, this is our pivots. This point with this thing. Here is highlights. Down here is shadows. When I tell it to stretch, basically the pivot stays intact and this side stretches. This side also stretches at the same time, while the pivot kind of stays in the middle. Okay. When I change the pivots, let's say I change it towards the highlight and I move my pivot up. What I'm doing is I have reduced the distance between my midtones to my highlight. So this part will still stretch, but my midtones has also moved up. My pivot point, the point I nailed, has kind of moved up, and I have more points from the midtone to the shadows. It's technical, and that's why most people don't get it, because you fixate on trying to understand it other than trying to see how it works. So for me, I rather you see how it works than try to like give you the theoretical understanding. So with the pivots, if I set my contrast, let's come here, picture in picture. So with the pivots, hold on. If I set my contrast at a level like, let me reset the pivots. And let's say I set my contrast this way. But I feel like, okay, you know what? There's too much happening on the dark side of the shot. Sorry, on the eye side of the shot. I can bring my pivot down this way. Can you see how it's affecting the waveform? Yeah, it probably doesn't still make sense technically to you guys. So what I would say at this point is for you not to get confused, keep your pivots, reset it to the default. I've double clicked now to reset it, and just move your contrast at this point left to right. So at this point, let's say we keep it this way. We can come here to and right click, apply grade. Yep, this shot is not the same shot. This shot is very dark. So we'll come to this shot after the break. But basically, that's what contrast does for you. So contrast in and out. When we come back, we would technically break it down more and you will see me grade in real time. I want to quickly touch on two things before we go on a break. The next one I will go on is saturation. So right click, add node, add serial. Okay. So on the serial node here, we want to do saturation. So let's say right click, node label, sat. With saturation, there are a lot of ways to do it. But again, this is a very beginner class. So I'm going to be teaching you the basic way to do it. Saturation, you just come down to saturation here and you push it up. And you push it down. Simple. So let's give this a bit more juice. Let's give it something like this. Don't worry, I know the shot looks like it's red now. That's okay because we shot sunset, so we would fix that in the next node. So saturate the shot to your taste. So I kind of want the shots to, let's say I want it to be saturated like this, or I want it to look more filmic and desaturated. It depends on you. For this tutorial, let's keep it saturated because why? The color grading tutorial, and we want to flex on color. Okay, so far, are we on the same page? Everyone, comment section, drop something, say something. See it, say it, sort it. Happy Olaiton, welcome. Piyush, my guy, welcome. T-Ben, you're just going in and coming out, going and coming. I know you're a busy man, so the fact that you're here, Seth, T-Ben is a superstar, by the way, guys. He's an artist, and you guys should go stream his songs. He's an amazing guy. Olaiton is a superstar photographer also. Piyush is an amazing cinematographer. You guys are just, amazing people on my page. Okay. Shout out to the guys in Lagos, Nigeria that made this live session possible because you guys know me, I'm sometimes lazy. I'd have loved to do this, but often, but I'm busy and also lazy. So I'm going to go through your questions quickly while I'm waiting for you guys to drop a comment in on YouTube. Let me know if you're following Info Palace. If you guys are good, please let me know. And shout out to the guys at Africa Creatives Academy. They're hot and ready. Yes. While we are doing that, I'm waiting for your comments, so be sure we're good. Is anyone there? Drop a comment. If you're there, let me put some background music so it feels like we're back on radio. Welcome back to the #1 show on your TV. My name is T Saint, and this is the Lazy Filmmaker Podcast, teaching you color grading with T Saint. If you're just joining in, welcome. Today we are breaking down one of the scenes from Home Away, and I'm showing you how to use Davinci Resolve. How does that sound? Okay, jokes aside, yes, that's it. And while we are okay, I think the comments are here. We're good. Love it. I'm glad that we're good. Okay, so I'm going to show you what we'll do next because before I go on to the next bit, I've done saturation. So you can see that basically I'm showing you Davinci Resolve without doing that boring bit of this is a tool, you have to use this for this. No, I'm going to show you what you need practically as you are taking it. So it's like as you're cooking, I'm showing you the ingredients. I don't want to take you through the entire interface and start telling you, then you'll now be like, okay, but how do I get to this point? The reason why you are here is because you want to color grade. So you don't need to know all the tools that you don't need to know for now. So I've shown you exposure. You can use a color wheels for that. I've shown you contrast. Contrast is right here. Push left or right for your contrast. And I've shown you saturation. And like I said, when it comes to nodes, when it comes to Davinci Resolve, you work with nodes. You want to build your look one node at a time, one step at a time. There are different types of nodes. I will show you that. But for now, we're doing a practical session and we're basically showing stuff. and building stuff along the way. Okay, let me remove this from the shots. Yeah, it's okay there. So, what is next is white balance. So right click, add node, add serial. Now let's name that node as WB. WB easy. You know it's not easy. WB is white balance, and this is a tricky part, or this is the part that can easily tell that you don't know what you're doing, and you don't want that. You want people to think that you know what you're doing, even if you don't. So the trick is to, appear like you know what you're doing. When you look at these shots, what do you think is wrong with these shots? Let people say, drop your comments. What is wrong with the shots? Drop your comments. Luke. Luke says, I know about your music career. Please get out. What do you guys think is wrong with these shots? Just tell me. Drop it in the comment section. Because I want this to be engaging. This entire shot, there's a color cast. When I mean color cast, I mean there's just something that's a bit off about it. What do you think is wrong? Because, like I said in the beginning, color grading is both creative and fixing problems. Now we want to fix a problem. It's too warm. Very good. What do you mean by warm? That's the next question. Let's break it down. What does being warm mean? Drop your comments. By the way, Luke here is an amazing cinematographer and colorist. I think he's here. I think he's here to like come and check if I'm doing a good job. So, Mr. Luke, sir, let me know if I'm failing or I'm doing well. Okay, so people are dropping comments. I love that. It's too warm. It's too warm. Okay. The face color is still dark. Very good. A side of the face is still dark. Very, very good. Are they with me? Good, good. So let me put your comments up. It's too warm. Okay. The face color is still dark. Okay, tell me more in the room. Let me know. It's too warm. When you say something is warm, let's break it down for everybody else. What does that mean? So now I understand. I know what you mean by it's too warm. But when you talk about warm, what is it? Luke, get out of here. You're not learning anything. Luke is a friend and is such an amazing guy. Like, we'll come way back. Let me fancy here on live. But yeah, Luke is a cinematographer and a colorist also. And this is someone we bounce ideas off each other a lot. So yeah, when it comes to color, you also have to like surround yourself with people that do what you do. There's no competition here. It's all love and we're all learning. So Luke, thank you very much for being here. If I do anything wrong, point it out. Okay. Any more things? Instagram. Have you guys got any things that you noticed that is wrong with the shots? Okay, so let's talk about the warm. Olaleye, what do you think? What is wrong? What is warm? Because warms can be a lot of things. Warms can be like greens, can be yellows, can be reds, it can be. I've given you tips now. What do you mean by warm? What is the problem with the shots? Yeah, give me answers. I'm not going to just accept it is warm. Yes, we know it is warm, but what do you mean by warm? You mean the man is warm in his heart or what? Tell me. I'm waiting. While I'm waiting, we'll play my music. If you don't drop comments, I won't continue. In the room, Info Palace, when you say warm, what do you mean? So you know what I'm going to do? Info Palace, you can, if you want, I can send you a link to join in. Maybe you can join in with your phone. Let me send you a link for you to join in. And people can speak to me if I can bring them up on this stream. I'm going to share you a link in a minute. Give me a second. Let me see if I still know how to integrate that. So you guys give me a second. I'll be back in a All right, I'm still here, but I'll be back in a bit. Give me 1 minute, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's your boy T Saints. I should go back on radio. Just so you guys know, I used to be a TV host. I used to do stuff on radio and TV actually. Or if you hear me saying stuff like, it sounds like I'm on radio. I'm just getting nostalgia from that bit. Anyways, how you guys doing? I'm back. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, like you guys know, fire, 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 fire in the comment section. All right. Okay. So Info Palace, you guys can join. I've just sent you a StreamYard link. If you want to be invited, if you want to join in this stream and you want me to send you a link, just drop a comment in the comment section and or go to my Instagram live, drop a comment, and I will send you a link or send me a DM on Instagram right now, and I'll send you a link. You can call in basically like a TV show and ask your questions, and you'll be a part of the show. Okay, so let's go. Let's go. If you want that, let me know. Okay. Um. All right. Someone is here at the stage. Africa Creative. I can see you. All right. Okay. So the problem is you might need to mute the room. Let me mute you first. Okay, I'm going to add you in a second. So hold on. Give me a second. Let me do some things behind the scenes. I'll be back in 1 minute. I can see Africa Creative Academy. I'm going to add you guys in a minute. Okay, just stand by. Okay. I can see you guys from Lagos. Oh, I see your faces now. How's it going? Very good. Okay. Are you guys stressed? Am I stressing you with my plenty technical jargons? Let me see if I can. Let me see if your audio will work. So unmute and let's see. Yeah, you're on the stream now, so you can unmute and let us see if we can hear you.
All right. So, can you hear us, T-Cent?
You raised his voice on
So I muted myself, so you guys will not hear the feedback.
Oh, okay, fantastic. Well, you can hear us, right?
100%. Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, so guys,
nice to meet you, sir.
Yusef, sir. I'm not a sir, please. Nice to meet you, though. So let me know if you got any questions so far. What are the things bothering you? I know it sounds like I'm speeding, but let's just talk about it quickly. Do you want to introduce yourselves first, then so I can call you by name?
I'm Jimeji.
I'm Ganyu. I'm Stanley, actually.
Stanley, actually. Okay.
Marcus in the room.
And the last person is Marcus in the room. Okay. There's Stanley, actually. There's Marcus in the room. There's Dimeji. And there's... Sorry, what's the last name? Ganyu, yes. All right, great. How have you guys been doing so far? Do you have any questions before I proceed?
So far,
okay, so far you're good. All right. If you're good, then we'll continue. What do you guys think is wrong with this image, technically? I know you said it's warm.
Yes, sir.
But what else?
And it's too dark. The other side of the space is too dark.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. Too dark, okay. How about the warmth? What do you mean by warmth? Somebody said something on... So this person said... The picture looks warm because it was taken during golden hour with low sunlight adding orange. Why does this person sound like ChatGPT like this? Olale, you're giving ChatGPT vibes. That's brilliant. But yes, the person is correct. But I want you guys to correct in their own way. But so if I need to fix this shot now, what do you think I need to do? From what I've been telling you so far.
I think you need to lift offset up to balance the colors again.
Let's do it now. Since we are here, anything you tell us, we'll do. Okay. So let's lift offset, Abby.
Yeah.
All right. So let's lift it together. So I'm lifting offset. Yes. Yeah, the colorist though. So anything, if you destroy it.
We cannot see what they think. So please, can you like the way we can zoom? We can't see the screen. We can't see the screen very well based on our communication with you. All right. We are good. All right, we are good now.
That's fine. Hold on. Let me reduce us a bit. We are not that important on screen. Let's reduce ourselves. Hold on. I'm just trying to edit our layouts while we are here. But I hope you guys are enjoying the stream format anyways.
Yeah,
okay. So it should be bigger now for you, just a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
Okay, so you said we should take the offset up, Abby? Okay, good. Chat, somebody's telling me to do it. This is not me doing it though, in case you think I don't know what I'm doing. This is not my responsibility. I'm being instructed to do this. Tell me when to stop.
Take the offset back. You're taking it too much now. It's too much. Take it up a little bit.
Sorry. Tell me when to stop.
Then I show. Okay. I think it's okay now. It's okay now.
Okay. What else should I do?
The gamma section.
Okay. So gamma down or up?
No. Up.
All right. So it's up now.
It's too much. You're taking it up too much.
Okay, it's going down now.
Yeah, I think no, a little bit up.
A little bit up.
It's It's okay now.
So people like you are clients that they will tell you up, down, up, down. They not realize that you have not done anything different. But let's go. What
Okay,
else?
Can you speak now?
So on the shadow, yes, on the shadow lead section,
Mm-hmm.
I think it should be decreased a little on the lead section.
Take it down.
No, it's too much. It's too much.
Now, Uncle.
Still come up a little.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay now.
Okay. All right. So I'll show you before and after. So this is before. This is after. All right. What else?
Temperature.
The temperature. Very good. What do you want the temperature to do?
Reduce it a little bit.
What do you mean by reduce it?
You should have that bluish, like to take it away from that orange look to the bluish look. Yeah.
How do I do that?
There's the temperature is thing there.
How do I do that?
The one that is above you looks cooler.
So somebody has casted you that what you just told me to do is increase it, reduce it. We came back to the same, but let's continue. So that happens a lot. You'll be like, increase it, bring it down. Then you go back to the same thing. So which is good. So temperature, what did you say about temperature?
Reduce it, sir.
What do you mean by reduce it, please?
You should have blue. You should have a bluish look, sir. So
Very
you take it from that orange look to.
I am not sour. We'll fight, Ganit. Okay, so very good. I'm glad that we're engaging because I wanted you guys to be a part of it and not feel like I'm just teaching. This is why I called in at this point. So thank you. So let's talk about temperature and what you ideally want me to do. Okay, I'm going to quickly come to this now. You guys can still hear me, I'm sure, right? Give me a thumbs up if you can still hear me. Africa Creative Academy, give me a thumbs up. Better. I was waiting for the thumbs up since it took time to bring the thumbs up. Okay. I've taken you off screen for a second, but I can still see you in my studio, so don't worry. I'll bring you back in a second. Don't disappear. I'm still seeing you. I'm still going to add you to the stream. So there are two things that you can do, or different ways that you can achieve what you want to achieve. You know what? Let me add you back. You guys feel like you're missing me already. I'm going to add you back. You look like you were missing me already. I'm like, okay, let me bring you guys back. Okay. So there are different ways that you can do it. I'm glad you mentioned temperature. So if you come to this temp, you can see blue and yellow or orange. If I push this towards the blue, everything will be cool. Can you see what's happening?
Yes, sir.
So this is what you told me to do. I'm telling me to cool it off, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you see that it's introducing some other problems?
Yeah.
The entire shot is now looking too cool. If I bring it this way, it's going to go yellow, right?
Yeah.
There are times and situations that I would do this. The reason why I wouldn't do this, I've just reset it by double tapping temperature. The reason why I wouldn't do this is because this is a sunset shot. It's supposed to be warm. Okay? Like somebody said it in the comments. Let me bring him up. He said it looks warm because it was taken during golden hour. Golden hour is, sunsets. It's supposed to look warm. However, we don't want it to look this warm. But so it's very possible that when you get a shot, in your mind, you're like, let me tweak it. Let me make it white balanced, which is why I don't call my stuff white balance most times. I know I did WB here, but because I was trying to let you guys understand, what I call this node most times is balance. Let me call it balance. Reason being that most beginners will always think they have to white balance everything. No, there are some shots that are supposed to be cool because the intention is supposed to be cool. If it's golden hour, it's supposed to be warm. So if you try to white balance a warm shot, you have destroyed the intention of the cinematographer or the filmmaker. Because if I wake up early in the morning to catch sunrise that's supposed to be warm, and you go and grade my sunrise to be white, we'll have a problem. So white balance is a relative thing. I call it balance because what I'm trying to do is not white balance. What I'm trying to do is to balance. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm just checking to be sure I don't have anything that I'm missing. So now at this point, the problem I'm having with this shot is that its face is too warm, not the entire shot. I like the shot, but his particular face, his face is my problem. It's very easy for you to say the entire shot is this. So when it comes to color correction, which is what we have been doing so far, you need to be able to look at things and find solutions and tell yourself what is wrong, what do I need to solve. I'm going to meet you guys for a second. Right? What is wrong and what do I need to solve? At this point, if you want to talk, just maybe we'll do that class thing. You raise your hand, so I'll see that your hand is raised and I'll unmute you. Okay? Yeah. So right now, what I want to do is not to come and do this, because if I do this, it's going to affect the entire shot. All right? We're not doing that. What I'll do instead, and I'll show you, is to look at the shot and say, okay, what is the problem? Everything looks too warm. You know what? Let me come to my offset. If you remember, offset affects everything. It's a global adjustment. Okay? Let me come to my offset and counter that color. What color am I countering? I'm countering red and orange, colors in this range. Okay. So I'll come here and push against that color slowly. Adjust very little. Let me do before and after. So let's see before, and after. Before, this is before and after. Can you guys see the difference? Before and after. Let me show you the sample. Let's compare with what you wanted me to do before. Let me add a node, add serial node. I'm going to disable this shot. Sorry, I'm using my panel at this point, but basically I just disabled it. Come to this node and let's do the style that you wanted. Let's take it with this shot, with this blue. So I've kind of neutralized it a bit with this. So let's compare this and the other one. So this is an option. When I remove this and I enable this, can you see a difference? Very good. Let me put your mic up so you. 1 second. Mic volume. Use background noise. Okay. Can you see a difference though?
Yeah.
This is my balance node. This is me pulling my offset just slightly away from that warmth. Just slightly. Right? Let's do your other option that you recommended as a senior colorist that you are. See? This was your option, sir. This compared to this. It looks mild, but I will go with this instead because this is more. This is something you are the one controlling it. You're not just pushing towards blue or yellow. You are neutralizing the color. So right now, you see, if I push it around, so I'm introducing instead of the color that's tinting my shot, I'm pushing it down against that color. And I won't even stop there. So now I've neutralized the color. So before and after. But I want to introduce some warmth in the highlight because this shot is supposed to be, like I said, supposed to be like sunset, and I want it to have that golden sunset vibe. So I'll come to my highlight and push warmth back into it. We're not grading yet, though. We're color balancing because I want to keep the intention of the cinematographer. So if I come here, I'm introducing green because I'm moving to. It's very small increments. It's actually very annoying sometimes because very small increments can make or mar the shot. So I'm pushing this towards warmth. Depends on the warmth I want to go for. Let me come around here. It's already looking red again, Abby. We'll fix it in a bit. Yeah. So let's push it towards here. Now my eyes are focused on the highlights. I don't care about the skin for now. So I'm pushing here. Okay, I kind of want it to look warm this way, but I want his face to not have this warmth. What tone of the image you think his face is at? Is it highlights, shadows, or midtones? Say it to your chest, though. What did you say, sir? Say with your chest. Don't be worried. Is it midtones, highlights, or shadows?
It's supposed to be.
Ghanaian said midtones.
Why are you saying Ghanaian said?
Because highlights concentrate more on the white areas.
So that's another thing I want you to correct. Not white, the bright areas.
Yeah, the bright, sorry, the bright areas.
Yeah,
So
because
highlight
people
bright
confuse
areas.
it for white. Yeah, so it should be what midtones, right?
It's the midtone, yeah.
So where is midtones? Lift, gamma, or gain, or offset?
Gamma.
Thank you. So what do? We come to gamma and we remove that red from it. Can you see what I'm doing?
Keep dragging it to the blue side.
Yes, boss. More?
I think it's okay. Now
But
it looks
now,
like a bit of a music video.
yeah, but we've lost our warmth. Don't forget, we want that warmth in the highlights. So we have to push that warmth back. So you see what I said about color grading or color correction? It's tug and pull. If I was, this is stressful now. It's stressing my head already because I'm using mouse. I'll come on my panel normally and push towards that warmth. And I'm pushing at the same time. As I'm pushing the warmth, I'm removing this. You can see the wheels. As I'm pushing towards the warmth, I'm removing the warmth from my skin. So this is what, see where we started before? At this point, we were like, this shot looks okay. See where we are now. There's some green in the shot for sure. I can see some green in the highlights. I'm going to push it up a bit towards the reds. So this is where we started before. This is after. Are you following, guys?
Yes.
And if you notice something with the shot also, let me remove some green still. Notice something from the shot. We are also kind of creating color separation. Initially, everything looks like it was in one world. Everything looks like it was in the world of warmth. But now, the skin looks natural. Again, I don't want the skin not to be warm a bit because it's a sunset shot. This is what it will feel like if you shot on the day. Okay? So you don't want to like take it so far away from the intended look. Make sense?
Yeah.
So before, this is before. Everything has a red wash, and after. Before and after. Let me go to the shadows and remove some greens from the shadows. Cool off the shadows a little bit. So I'm pushing the shadows down into the blues, just a little bit. Just a little bit to neutralize some of the warmth. Again, you see, as I've come to gamma. So it's a dance. You push, you pull. And I'll stay there for now. Before and after. I'm going to remove some of the cools in the blues because I don't want the shadows. You told me to increase this contrast. Me, I will bring this contrast down a bit. I like my images a bit contrasty. A bit. Because it looks punchier that way. So sorry to my senior director, colorist. I just fixed it a little bit. Somebody said something about the side of the face being dark. Let's talk about that for a second. So in cinematography, you kind of want to create contrast on some images. I shot this thing that way. If I had shot it in a way, that's why I said you have to retain the cinematographer's intention. If I had shot it like I was shooting beauty, I would light the face evenly. But this is a dramatic scene. This person is going through a couple of things in this scene. So you want to reflect that with your lighting. So that light on his face being one side in shadow, one side in light is to help to sell the look and the feel of what is going through at the time. So you don't want your shots to look too clean sometimes. If it's a music video and they want that glamour, so you have to know the intention of what you are grading, which is why I said there's creative grading, there's technical grading. Before you start grading a project, you have to know the intention of the director and the cinematographer. Well, what are they going for? If I wanted this face to be lit, to be bright, I would have put a reflector there. So if you come here and brighten this side of the face for me in a grade, I would have a problem with it because you have basically reduced the intention that I created on set. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, but you don't want it crushed. Like right now, this image is good. Let me see. Yeah, this looks like a very good image. It looks solid. And what we have done so far is we started from here. Just so you guys know, we started from here. And we are here now. Let me neutralize things from beginning, one after the other, so we can see how much progress we've made in just 2 hours of learning. Let's start from the beginning. I'm going to disable all these things. So we started from a flat image. Then we went into color transform. And the image came to the way I shot it. If you look at the way I shot it, you can already see the intention. The face is bright on this side, it's dark on this side. because your cinematography, you want to shoot on the dark side of the face. Then I came to exposure. And we balanced it a bit. At this point, it was like, okay, it's better, but where are we going? Then we came to contrast. Then after contrast, we went to saturation. Then we came to balance. And this is where we are now. And it already looks like film, right?
Yeah.
Good. Let's save it. The next thing I will do now is the point where you now start to create looks. That's the point where you can now flex your muscle that you know how to color grade. Because now I have balanced these shots. And again, I didn't do white balance because you can't white balance something that was supposed to be warm. You are destroying the intention. You have to grade with intention. Okay. Let me see what's happening on this side of the house. Comment section, are you guys following? Yes, people are following. So let us continue briefly and now do a grade. Let me look for a shot. So what I first do is I always look for hero scenes. I just scroll through my timeline and I look for a part that really reflects. Yeah, so I'll go with this. I'm going to mute you guys for now. If you need me, just also you can, I don't know if anybody is in front of the computer. If you need to ask anything, you can type in the comments. But if you want to talk, you can also just raise your hand so I can see. So I'll mute you for now. Okay. So let's build a look from here. Because right now we have finished a stage called color correction and we're going into a grade. I'm going to add another note. This time around, I'll add a serial first. Then I'll add like 2 more nodes, but I'll add them in a different way. So a serial node is a node that you do, it's like serial. It goes in sequence. Node 1, pause into node 2. Excuse to pour another cup. There you go. And then this one pause into another cup. And let's put this in my mouth for a second. That is serial from 1 to 1 to 1. Okay. Parallel is a different one. There are different type of nodes. A parallel node is a node that instead of pouring from 1 to 1 to 1. So this is a cup. Pretend this is a cup, okay? So parallel is like, okay, pour into this one. Then this same one pours into this one. Right? Are you guys following? You pour into one cup. Then you pour into another cup. Both of them will mix together and pour into one cup. And they continue that way. I'll make it make sense for you. So, I've created a serial node, right? Where's my mouse? Okay. What's going on? Okay. So I'll come here and right click this and say add node and say add parallel node. You'll see what happens. Can you see what happens? I'm going to zoom that so you can see clearly. So what you are seeing right now is called a parallel node. What he has done is both of these nodes, these 5 and 6, they are picking their source from this node. So this one pours into this cup. This one pours into this cup. Both of them pour into a mixer node. This is a mixer. And they continue into this node. Make sense? No, people are confused. I can see someone scratching their head. Okay. Now talk to me. So this collects information from here. Instead of it coming from here to here and continuing, this pours from to this one also. There's a reason why you want to do that, and I will explain that briefly. So, for example, I want to do different things on these 2 different nodes, but I don't want. So let me give an example. Very good one. I'm going to delete this node. So let's say on this node, right? This is a normal serial node. Let's say I desaturate the shots. I came saturation and I turned it down. Does that make sense?
Yes.
If I now add another node and say add serial, and in this node, I want to now pull color back. I'm increasing the color now. Nothing is happening. Do you know why?
Why?
Because the node before is already saturated. So it's like there's nothing in this node. There's no color in this node. So this one doesn't have any color information. to carry on. Does that make any little sense?
Yes.
So basically, serial node works, like I said, what you are doing in the next node is picking information from the previous node in the serial node. So if you have destroyed your grade here, if you have destroyed your grade in this place, in this contrast node, you are continuing with a destroyed grade across the timeline. Make sense?
Yes.
If your white balance is off around here, and you continue down the line, everything you are doing is working based on a white balance that is off. Make sense?
Yes.
Why do I want to use a parallel node instead? Because with a parallel node, compared to this, if it's a parallel node, what will happen is parallel node will say, okay, you take your own share of what you want to do whatever you want to do with this. But I'm going to give this another node the same equal amount of information. Let me show something. Let me show you. Add parallel. So parallel is saying, even though I've given you 100% of myself to do whatever you want to do with it, this particular node, this node will also collect undiluted 100% of myself. Yeah? And whatever you do here is not this node's business. So what it means is I can do two different things here, and both of them are collecting information straight from the source, unfiltered. Make sense? Ish?
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's say, for example, I come here and let's do the same thing we did. Let's desaturate this shot here. Okay? This one now, I can saturate it back and it will come back. Because this one is still taking information from here. So there are two layers at this point, and both of them are working together, mixing together as one. That is what a parallel node does. And there are reasons why we use that, or why I use it for this. Because at this point, what I want to do is called secondary color correction, or grading, basically. At this point, I have done my initial primary collection. This is like primaries. They call it primaries. Exposure, contrast, saturation, white balance. Those are primary corrections. Like, let's bring the image back to decent look. Now, we want to start doing secondary. And with everything I'm doing on secondary, I want to take right from the source. I don't want to take information from something I've done somewhere before. I want it to go back to the source where my shot is white balance. So this is like the raw source, and it will start making sense to you now. The first thing I want to do, for example, is to start injecting colors into the shots. So I want to make this orange, for example. Sorry, my eye is still paining me with this. This shot is not contrasted enough. Yeah, this is my preference, by the way. I like contrasted shots. People have different preferences. Yeah, because it just has more pop, in my opinion. And don't forget, your screen might also be different. What you're seeing on your screen might also be looking different than mine because of the calibration. So in terms of secondary, let's say I want to do something called HSL here, and I'll explain that in a second. So node label HSL. HSL means hue, saturation, and luminance. Hue, saturation, and luminance. And that is when we are going into this world of the shots. This part has a couple of tools that might frustrate you, but don't panic. The first thing is curves here. I'm going to mute you for a second. If you want to talk, just raise your hands. Just because of the background noise. Alale is saying on point. Thank you very much. Let me see what's going on here. 1 second. Let's check on the guys on Instagram so they don't feel like I've left them out of this. Sorry, I just spilled coffee on my phone. Okay, everybody is good. Okay, we are good. We are making sense. Somebody is gossiping in the background.
So if you like, if you turn on this one, but if you make this side, just the one way to let powerful, black and white, you know, video anything for
You want me to speak? You want me to speak pidgin too sometimes like that? Because if I say that the pigeon they work well, I mean. Okay, but do you understand with the way I explained to you?
Yes, sir.
You too, yes, sir. So, all right, let's carry on. So HSL is basically you can do like your secondaries. This is my approach to color grading. People have different approaches. Some people have their this is called a node tree. So people have their nodes, done differently. But this is my own approach, and this is how I like to do it. I have a node tree I can share with you guys also after this that is already set up. All these things are already set up, so you can just basically start using it every time. It's like a preset that you can use every time, and it's free. Don't worry. So I can share you the link now. HSL, hue, saturation, and luminance. This is the fun part. This is the part that most people just really want to learn color grading for. And this is something you can probably use in Davinci, Final Cut, Premiere Pro, CapCut, once you understand the concepts. Now with curves is something that would help you also understand pivots very well. So if you look at these curves, right, it might be intimidating at the beginning. Let me go to like, I don't know if you guys can see properly here. But yeah, it seems you can see. Yeah, I lose descent on YouTube, so I'll keep it here for now. Keep you guys on screen so I know when you're asking questions. So with curves, you have the same thing that you can do here: lift, gamma, gain, offsets, kind of in curves. It's a bit more tricky for beginners, to be honest. They sometimes run from curves, but curves are great. If you come here to the top here and you pull it, can you see what's happening? Your highlights are affected. If you bring it down, your highlights are going down. You can see from the waveform also. So let's reset that. If you come here to this other end and you move this up, your shadows are lifted. So this is like your gain, your lift, sorry. This is your lift going up. If you bring it down, this is your lift going down. Make sense? Okay. Again, let's do it again. If you come here, lift this one up. This is like you increasing your gain. This is like you bringing your gain down. Okay. Let's reset that. You ask me, so how do you do midtones? If you click anywhere in the middle and you push it up, that's your midtones. You push it down, that's your midtones. That's its curves. It can be very tricky to use because it's just like you're pushing stuff without knowing. Now, let's try to use curves to create contrast, for example. I know I told you there are different ways to create contrast, right? And you probably have heard something called contrast curves. So instead of using the normal contrast here, I'm going to go back to, on the node number 2. Am I too fast, guys? Are you okay? If you're okay, thumbs up. Okay, good. So let's try to use curves to do contrast, just so you can see how you can use curves for contrast. And you will now understand pivot a bit better. If you come to contrast and you come to, let's reset our contrast. So come here, this tool, and click it. So it has reset everything we have done here. Now let's use right now we don't have any contrast. So let's try to use this tool for contrast. What I want to do with contrast is I want to also stretch this waveform the same way. So if I bring this one down, that side is going down. If I bring this up, that side is going up. I've kind of done the same thing. I've kind of stretched it. The only difference is my midtone is not moving. Everything is moving at like a straight line, right? Pivot is that pin. That thing I was explaining to you before. See, this is my pivot. I've already pinned that point now as my pivot. If I move this up, that's the point of my midtones. If I move it down, that's my midtones going down. There's something in, again, this is something that you take some time to figure out. I'll be honest with you. But so take your time. Take it with a pinch of salt. If it's stressful, just close your eyes and say, I didn't hear that part, and ignore it and use your normal contrast. But I'll show you too. There's something called an S curve. It's basically you drawing an S with your curve. And the way to do that is you come to like the highlights, kind of push it up here. You come to the shadows around the lower side and you bring it down. You see it's forming an S. You can bring it up, you can bring it down, depending on how you want your contrast to look like. So people use this because it gives them more precise contrast. They can move the contrast around a bit. They can say, okay, fine. See, I'm blowing up the highlights now. That's an extreme S curve. I want to bring it down a bit. Want to bring this part not too low, but a little bit like that. I can see my waveform, everything is stretched. Maybe I can lift the shadows up here. If I come here and I lift the shadows up, see? So you want to do whatever you're doing, just make sure you keep your eye on the waveform. So this is me just moving things around and finessing it. There's no skill to this. It's just a finesse. So once you click a point, it will create something for you. So this is a contrast curve. Disable. Let's disable it and enable it. Disable and enable. Disable and enable. Are you guys following? People do more. People do like precise, see now. See that it's affecting just a precise point. That's why they use this contrast curve, because it's a bit more precise, but it's a bit more scary for people that are new to like color grading, because you have to be very precise with what you're doing. It's like you're going into different points of the image and fine-tuning it. You see? Everything I'm doing is affecting one particular range. And I'm trying to create an S kind of shape, because this is an S curve, because it goes this way and goes that way. So it's called an S curve. There's a more precise way to do it for you that I recommend. Let's reset this node. If you come here, these 3 dots, and you click it, right? And you go to editable splines and you select that. What happens is when you click on this point, bam, it creates another point for you here. Click this point and drag it. It helps you naturally create a curve without you creating a lot of points on your curve. Does that make sense? So see, as I'm pulling it down, it's almost like a lever. It helps you to like create a point. So I use this sometimes when I want to be lazy, like my name. Yes, hands up. Somebody's like, it's a lost. Go on.
So I want to say something. Whatever thing you're asking us to click on the screen is actually showing in your screen, but in ours we can't see it. Like we're just following your voice command.
Oh, so you can't see.
Yeah, so when you said now we should click somewhere, we didn't see where you clicked. You just started adjusting the node. So we can
Let me see. So I'm right clicking this. Let me look at what that is showing. I'm on. That's interesting. So I'm on a
so you're not seeing anything.
Really? It's not coming up.
But we can't see it here.
That's interesting. Okay. So if you look at your, I'm looking at the stream now and I'm trying to see why that is not showing. That is strange. Hold on. When I click effects, can you see my effects panel come up?
Yes, it comes up.
That is strange. It's not showing here actually. I can see it on my stream. But you can see the dot I'm clicking, right?
Yeah, the 3 dots. Yeah, we can see it.
If you click that dot, you go to editable splines.
Okay, editable splines.
Yeah. Then when you click on maybe your highlight points, it gives you like it gives you that handle. That's what I'll call it. That you can spin up and down to help you create a natural curve. So let me click my lower curve now and pull that handle also. So I'm pulling the handle down now. Can you see it's naturally giving me that S curve without having to like stress it myself? So I would say if you want to use curves that offer a contrast for any reason, kind of use this editable splines. It makes your life easier. See? This shot is a bit too dark with the contrast, so I'm going to raise it up a bit. So that's what I would do, right? This is what I would do. I'll create my contrast this way instead of using the normal contrast wheel. But you can use a wheel for now. It does the same thing. I used to tell people when it comes to color, people will not ask you, what did you turn? What did you press? What they want to see is the finished product, right? So if you like, you use 1 node or you use 20 nodes. As long as the stuff looks good, it's good. Okay? So I'm going to mute you guys now, continue. So let's come back to HSL. The reason why I was showing you that is because with HSL, that's one of the first curves you will see when you click this. So, and this is the curve here. You can see my mouse, that's down here. That's the curve. The next curve beside it, because there are different curves under this curve, is called heel versus heel. And I'm going to explain that quickly. So heel versus heel is basically a curve that affects your color. So heel means color, okay? In terms of color grading. Heel is color, is another word for color. So on the hue versus hue curve, when you click on English, when you click on any hue, you're basically telling it like, if I click, okay, let's do it this way. So it's hue versus hue. There's two things. There's one and there's two. One versus two, right? What you're telling is that anything that is one is what I want to affect. But the action I want is the two. And I'll make it make sense to you now. Let's say we want to say, I want to change the reds in this shot. I want to affect the color of the color red. So I want to affect the hue, which is number 2, of the color red. Confusing? Maybe. Let's use the second one to explain it. This is the one beside it is called hue versus saturation. I want to affect the saturation of a certain color. Does that make more sense? So I want my reds to be more saturated, or I want my greens to be more saturated. So let's choose that one first before we go to hue versus hue, because that might be confusing because of the word hue and hue. So let's say I want the greens in this shot to be more green. That means I want to saturate the greens in the shot. So I'll click on my greens. When I click it, it creates a point for me on this color wheel, on this color graph. If I push it up, my greens become more saturated. If I push it down, my greens become less saturated. It probably doesn't show clearly now because I don't think the greens in this shot are precisely green. Let me try reds. If I push my reds down, so let me show you what I just did. I click on reds. Because the face is red, if I push my reds down, saturation wise, can you see what's happened? Everything red in the shot has gone down. You can see the green is still green. Right? And that's because I've told it saturation of, I want to affect saturation of the hue I'm selecting. Make sense? Let me increase saturation. I want to increase my reds. Only my reds are going to be increased. Let's clean that up. Let's come to the next one quickly. Hue versus luminance. I want everything that is in this shot that is red. So I want to increase the luminosity of it. What does that mean? I want to increase the brightness or the darkness. I want to make it brighter. I want to make it darker. So I come to my reds and I say, okay, make the reds brighter. Can you see his face has gotten brighter because his face is in the reds? And look at this building because it's a red brick wall. This building has become, way brighter. When I bring it down, see what happens. I see people create stuff like this anyways. It used to be very funny. Does that make sense? So I've basically brought down the luminance of the reds. Every other color is intact. It's just the reds. See? Brightness of the reds. You want to reset it, come here, click reset. There are other ones here. Let me not go to that one for now before it makes your brain crash. So let's say we are now coming to the hue versus hue. Hue versus hue is I want to change the color of the color. So I want this red to be more yellow, for example. So I'll click the red and I'll come. Let me pull it up. See? Yes, change my reds to green. Everything red has changed to green because I'm pulling away from the reds. Make sense? I want the reds to go this way. Everything red should be affected. So that's hue versus hue. These are the tools that people use to color grade and create the looks that you love. One of these is one of your fundamental, which is why it's called HSL. Hue, saturation, and luminance. Now, let's use that in practice. I want this shot. I want this is face. I want it to be a bit more in the yellows than red. So I'll come. There are ways to do it. Let me reset it. I can come and click on the face to select that point. If I click on the face, it's giving me a point on the graph that color represents. Like that color is reflected. If I move it down, move it up, it goes to magenta. If I move it down slowly, I don't know if you can see any difference, guys. It's looking more greenish. See? So if I bring it a bit, now it's looking very magenta. So I can use this to kind of correct someone's skin tone. If the person's skin is a bit too red, I can use this to just go and target that red and swing it. That's what I use. Swing it away to a different color that helps it. See, so you can use this to like grade your skin. And some people like some easy videos that I do sometimes, they will say they want the skins to be brown. So right now, if you want the skin to be brown, you want to push it towards that brownness, which is around here. Some people want their skin tones looking like this. So let's disable it. This is before, this is after. You probably don't see it. Let me zoom in. So you can see the face now, right? Before and after. Before and after. Very mild change, but when you pull it far, you will know. Let me pull it down a bit so you can see. Before and after. See the difference? So I'm basically doing hue versus hue. I'm changing the color of the color I'm selecting. So let me look at the face and say, okay, I'm fine here. There are other tools to also check your face and be sure that your face is in the right place. And I will show you soon. I mean, with the scopes, I'll show you that in a second. So let's go back and say, okay, this is good enough. Color grading is about little changes. Let's come to the hue versus saturation and pick the same color and say, okay, we don't want this face to be too saturated. Like if I push it up, see what's happening. I want it to be a bit saturated because I want it to look natural. Okay, that's cool. I'll come to my hue versus luminance, click on this face again, and maybe increase the brightness a bit. But see what's happening. See the background, because the background color and his face is in the same space. So let me bring it down just a little bit, because again, darker colors appear more colorful. This is one of the principles of color. When you darken something a bit, it looks more contrasty and looks punchier. So that's a trick for you there. Esther Abba is here. Esther is a colorist too. Esther, welcome. She's a colorist and we've been speaking on Instagram. Welcome to the live. And so this is what I'm doing now. I'm just basically bringing this down just to create that much, that contrast. See the difference here, here. This is before. Sorry, this is after. This is before. I don't know if you see what I did. I basically brought down that color, just the luminance a bit, because this looks like it's burning a bit. If this is the look you're going for, that's good. But I would bring it down just a little bit this way. And again, preference depends on what you're going for. Let's come back and saturate it just a little bit more. Okay. Let's try to see if we can target the greens. The reason why the greens is not picking in this shot is because it's out of focus and it's not much. So maybe we should target the blues. Let's go to the blues. Pick on the blues. See, click on it. That's created a spot for me here. Okay. And let's saturate that blue. Any difference, guys? Can you see? Let me show before. Look at the blue here and after. Before and after. Now, the reason why it's not picking so much is because there's a wide range of things in the sky. You can increase your range also here. You can move it out a bit. You can move it out a bit so it captures more stuff. And you saturate it. You can also change the sky by coming to hue versus hue, clicking the sky, and just see. So the reason why that's happening, I'll tell you why. Control Z, is because I picked a specific spot. So usually I don't do that. I like to do like I come to the color or this color, these two colors, blue, these two blues, and I move it from here. So it's more uniform. Move it from here. So some people like to do this orange and teal look where they push their everything blue into like a teal color. But you can see the sky is changing color now, slowly. Let's say I move this down a bit. This is the green. Look at the plants behind him, guys. Look at the plant behind him here. Okay. And see what's going on with the green. Can you see the green changing? So this is the green. I brought it down now. It's looking very green. It's a bit distracting in my opinion. So I'm swinging it towards like fall. So that's that. If I want to toy with the yellows, see what's happening in the yellows. I'm just breaking the shots. I wanted you guys to see what happens when you push things around. See? That's the yellows. Switching colors. Now let's preview. Let's see where we were before. Before and after. Before, this is the shot we had before. This is after. Look at the sky. Look at the small details that we've changed. Before and after. Before and after. we are kind of shaping the shots and injecting colors into the look. Let's see it again now. Before, let me see, somebody has messaged me. Of course, we'll do a break then. People are tired, your brains are freezing. Yes, we'll go on a break in a few minutes. So this is before, so this is after, this is before, after, and before. Just little tweaks here and there to kind of calm the colors down. We'll go on a break in 3 minutes, so that everybody can get the breather and just chill. And I also can top up on my coffee. Let's go to the luminance a bit and kind of darken the sky. So we target the blues. I will try to darken that. Let's see if that picks up anything much. It's not picking much, which is okay. The sky is not really a lot in this because, again, don't forget we had the sun was setting. I'm bringing this down a bit, the highlights, so we can have more detail in the sky. Yep. Now, this shot looks like it's dark, and there's something I would do when we're back from the break to kind of focus our eye on the person we are looking at more. But just so you guys see how far we've come, look at this where we have before the HSL. This is what we had before balance. Because balance, you can see the color separation that we had before everything was looking warm. When we did the balance, you can see that we didn't do anything special to create a grade. We basically just started massaging stuff and we started separating colors. And you can always go back and say, okay, let me add more saturation to the shots. Maybe I want it to be more saturated, and then you can say, okay, maybe the reds are too red now. Come back to the HSL, come to your hue versus saturation, and come to the reds and take the reds down a little bit. You know, you can see the difference. We're basically tweaking things to taste now because we've started creating the look that we want. To come back to exposure, increase the exposure a bit, increase the shadows a bit, and you can come back to your balance again and say, okay, fine, let me take this off a bit, come towards here a bit. It depends on the look you are trying to achieve. You can keep it around here if that's the vibe you're going for. And then there's too much greens in the face now. Come to the midtones, take off some greens, you know, basically push things around till it looks like your intended look. Now, with everything you do with color grading, because I need us to basically live in 60 seconds, you want to make sure some colors are kept intact at every time. Colors like things like your sky cannot be pink. Doesn't make sense unless that's a look you're going for. Uh, if that's the look, then that's fine. But your skin tone, it's very important that you preserve your skin tone. And I will show you how to check that now before we go on a break. So if you come to this next node and you come to, I'm sure you might not see this now. If you come to this part on your vector scope, on your scopes, I'm sure, let me see. Yeah, you can't see that bit. Okay, I'm just going to talk through it. Click on this drop down arrow. It will show you a couple of things. You'll see parade, waveform, vector scope. I'll choose vector scope and it changes the scope to this one. This is a color scope that shows you the distribution of the color. It's almost like your wheel. It looks the same way as a wheel and it kind of corresponds to the wheel. You have like yellow, you have red on this side, you have magenta here, blue, cyan, and green. And it's the same thing on your wheel. What this is showing you is showing you how the colors are distributed across the image. When you right click, another thing to set up is to click the three dots here. You say display qualifier focus. Again, I don't know why it's not showing. I will restart my Davinci and see. You say display qualifier focus. You click that. What that does is when you put your mouse over any part of the image, I don't know if you can see a dot moving around the vertoscope, or sorry, a circle. It shows you what you're pointing at, where that color is on the color wheel. So now if I point at this place, you're showing me that this image, this part of the image is around the yellow and red. Does that make sense, guys? If I point at the green, it's showing me that this part of the image is around that part. So this is basically showing me, see, I'm pointing at the blue sky, and it's showing me on the wheel that my circle is around the blue, the cyan. The reason why I'm using this is because I want to see that my skin is correct. There's something called a skin tone line. If you click this button here on your own DaVinci, when we come back, we'll do all that, guys. Sorry, you might be tired, but I need to get this out now before we go. You click this and you select show skin tone indicator. Okay. When you select show skin tone indicator, it shows you this line in between your red and your yellow. Now, this line is where it is advisable, keyword, advisable that your skin tone color lies. So if I put my mouse here, just over my skin tone, you can see that the skin is a bit slightly close to the yellow side of the shot. It should be on that line. It should be centered on that line like this. But now that I've moved it to another part of the skin, you can see that it is on the line. See that circle is on the line sitting there. Does that make sense? So this is what makes you know that your skin tone is correct. This part is looking yellow because that's where the sun is hitting. But on the part of the shot that is evenly balanced, you can see that this shot is sitting properly on the skin tone line. And that makes you know that your grade is solid. Your skin looks perfect. You can mess with every other thing, but your skin should be close to that skin tone line at every time. That's where I'm going to pause this part. People are tired. I'm going to show you. Let me show you a trailer of this film so you can see the full grade. And then when we're back, we can pick up. Okay. So give me a second, and I'll show you what this looks like. If you have any questions, you can drop in the comment section so that when I'm back, we can pick up from there. This is our break time. I just want to show you what this final film or this scene looks like in the film with the trailer of the film.
First few months was a struggle.
Did you guys see that? Okay. Can you hear the sound also? Did you hear the sound of the film that played just now?
Yes.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Okay, let me play it now. So you can see how the entire scene looks in the context of a finished film. I'm going to stop this music for now. Okay, and let's play.
My first few months was a struggle.
Making that decision is not easy.
I remember calling my parents Merry Christmas, but crying.
Any major family events you don't attend, you're detached from the place you call home.
Whenever I try to think of this place as home, I get reminded that
This is no home. How am I going to survive here?
It's not like your experiences or your portfolio is made in the UK.
So I had to go back to uni.
I had to leave my identity for some time.
I found that a bit weird.
A mother to a child who is born tiny in the incubators. How dare you?
welcome to London. It's very sad and very disappointing.
Maybe I'm actually not as good as I think.
There's been some pain, proper real tears, but such is life.
My child started bleeding from inside. She could die anytime.
All right. Hey, is the applause for me? Thank you, guys. Thank you. So you can see that this is not in isolation. It's a finished project. It's and you can see the shots. This is the look I went for in the end. And if from everything we have said so far, you can kind of start seeing the decisions I took when getting this look. You know, you look at the skin tone. There's some green in the shadows. I don't know if you noticed. There's some green in the shadows, and you know the skin tone is a bit saturated. I didn't go with the extra warm look, you know, and you know compared to this, let me see if I can. Okay, so I'll show you the other side. But basically, this is the final look for the scene, and so again, intentions is what makes you a colorist. Sometimes it's not about. See, the interview was graded differently because this is a house, it's a night scene. even though we shot this during the day, but it's supposed to look like a night scene. So the intention was different. It was warmer, it was like house lights, everything intentional. But the skin tone is always accurate. Whatever you do, skin tone is always accurate. The other shots with the other guy also, um, this one, this one was intentionally also shot. I brought it down because if you watch the film, his mental state was in that place. So it's been like 2-3 hours now of just me yapping, and I know you people are tired. Let's take 15 minutes break. It's 1:22. Let's come back 1:45 actually. Or when? My math is bad. 1:40.
150.
1:50. Which one? 1:50? Let's do 1:50 then.
150.
Okay, so when I'm back, I'm going to grade something from scratch. Basically, talk you guys through it. You watch me just pa, 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 pa. Then I will stop and we'll talk about it again. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Take a break, get some water, stretch your legs, let your brain rest, and I'll see you very soon.
Fantastic.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Used to. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bye for now.
Yeah. See you soon.
Okay. So guys, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in by 1:50. So you guys can, I'm going to just put some music. You can stay on the live if you want. You can jump back by 1:50. But thank you for joining so far. It's been amazing. Again, I'm trying to make sure that this is something that we can do from time to time. If you've got any questions that has been lingering since, please drop in the comment section, and trust me, I'm very much happy to show you or to answer those questions. If you've not seen Home Away, please go see it. This is my film. It's a documentary showing now on YouTube. It's been amazing. People have been seeing it and talking about it. So please go watch it. Drop a comment. Let me know that you came from this session, and I'll see you by 1:50. Okay? I'm just gonna leave this here to keep playing back to back. Can I loop it? I'm not sure I can loop it. But yeah, I'll be back, put some music in the background, and have fun. See you soon. All right, I'm back. And welcome back from that break. I know I said 150, so yes, you've still got like 2 or 5 minutes to come back. I just thought to come back and make sure that everything is good and just have a moment to like check on you guys. Are you guys doing? How's it going? Are you having a great time? Welcome to my channel, the Lazy Filmmaker channel. On this channel, I teach you color grading, cinematography, lighting. I do editing also, but I just don't like to teach editing so much because I feel like editing is something you learn by watching stuff. I don't have to explain it, but in my opinion, editing is very. You can learn the tools in 2 days, but you need to be able to be a good storyteller. You need to be a good storyteller to be able to like really edit and make stuff that are impressive. So, if you're just joining this live, my name is T Saint. I am a cinematographer, and on this channel, I'm very particular about dark skin tones, people that look like this. Yes, that's me, but I am very big on dark skin people. So, I've got a lot of tutorials on my channel. You can go there and watch. There's a lot of stuff and it's very beginner friendly. So don't panic because I've got you covered most of the time. Today we are going through one of my projects. It's called Home Away. It's on YouTube. Let me share my screen and show you guys actually, so you can see that it's on YouTube. In case you don't know how to find my channel. I mean, you should be able to find my channel because we're on my channel right now, right? But I'm just going to show you the film. Not the film. You have to go there to watch it yourself. But it's called Home Away. I'm going to share my screen now while we're waiting for everyone to come back from the break. And if you're on Instagram, say hello. Let me know that you can see me. Cole, I see you. Cole just joined. My guy, the Karen King, Busayo, Ademuyowa, Sting Visuals, Ninja Colors. I like that name. I am Grant, my guy. Grant is an amazing... Grant, what are you doing here? Grant is very good. You guys should go follow I am Grant on Instagram. It's such an inspiration. It makes Abuja look really cool. His colors are great. He's been trying to convince me to switch from being a Sony boy, but I love Sony cameras, Grant. I'm sorry. I'm not going to switch, but it's nice to see you guys here. And please follow my YouTube channel, subscribe. I'm going to share my YouTube channel now so you can go there and subscribe. We need to build this community where we teach color grading and lighting and cinematography for people that look like me, dark skin tone people like me. So I'm just going to keep like doing some housekeeping for the next 5 minutes while we wait for the guys at Africa Creative Academy. These are the guys that wanted this session today, and I thought to, make it something that everyone else can actually benefit from. So I'm going to share my screen. Let me stop this particular screen for now. Okay. Yes. We're going to remove this. Now let me share my screen and show you. What's this thing floating around? My channel. Yes, my channel. Okay, so this should be my channel. My channel is now showing. All right, so please go to my channel and subscribe. There's a subscribe button somewhere. This is my own back end, so I can't find the subscribe button, but you can find the subscribe button somewhere just to show you the kind of stuff I do. So see all the videos I have. I teach you how to steal movie looks in one click with Davinci Resolve. How to calibrate your budget monitor. So for everyone that's been asking me to show them what I work with, my tools, that is it. You can find that. I've made videos about that already. So that's why I keep saying you can actually just go there and grab your copy in terms of content. I've got videos on skin smoothing techniques. These are some of the things that people like to see. Then I was on the Netflix set. Go watch it and you'll find out what really happened. Yeah, this was a music video, color grading secret tips. This is a video about color grading. Let me just show you. Let's watch. IDT. And this is the IDT and the ODT. So in the IDT, if I come to effect, see I've changed from Sony. So for everyone asking me to do color management and everything, I show this a lot in my tutorials. Go watch my tutorials. And please don't skip the ads on my videos, okay? I think I have to skip this one though, because I'm showing you guys something. Please don't skip those apps because those ads, because that's our, YouTube pays people. So when you see ads like this, stay there. Okay, so yeah. To this music video was directed by a director friend of mine called Spotlight. So he sent me this and he asked me to make it look great. As usual, as a colorist, the first thing you ask is, do you have references? What do you want it to look like? And I'm wearing the same thing. That's cool. So yeah, that's a video like on color grading a music video. There are a lot of videos here that you guys can see. Let me just check and be sure that everybody is here. If you're on Instagram and you can hear me and you can see me, please drop a comment, say something. Don't be quiet, don't be shy. And let me just know that you're here. But again, like I said, you can go on my channel and watch lots of videos. You can see I've got tons of videos. I think the first one that I started, because it was in December, was this one. This is really the video that most people love. It's called Cinematic Dark Skin Color Grading. Let me play it. Yep. So you can see like it's simple processes, but you can actually just watch this video and you will learn a lot. I don't like to see myself in these videos, guys. Sorry. And there are lots more videos on my channel, so go watch it, subscribe, please, share with people. And yeah, I try to make more content like this, even though I've got like a busy life and I have like jobs to do. But I just really want a society or a community of people that can really color grade dark skin people properly. Yeah, so that's my mission. So this is the film I was talking about. So this is Home Away. Please go watch this. It was dropped 5 days ago. We've got close to like 1,000 views now. It would be great to get to like 1,000 and maybe 2,000. And you guys should just watch it and keep sharing and drop your comments. This is a personal story, and that's one of the scenes that we are basically color grading today. So go watch this film. It's a 21-minute film. It's something that you would love. I promise you would really be able to relate to it. But watch the film. Watch the film, and let me know what you think. So back to the grind. I'm just gonna check if the guys from African Creative Academy are back. It's 1:50. Esther, are you still here? Esther says something about, isn't it affecting his skin tone? I'm not sure I understand 100%, but you can please prompt me again what you're asking. Was it from the shots we were grading before? But please prompt me. Yes, Africa Creative Academy is back. I can see two of you. There's one person, I can see your face, and then I can see somebody else. Let me put the one with you and my guests. You as the guests. Okay, so hold on. So you might have to mute for now. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So let me know when you're back up, because I can't see you right now anymore. All right, just 2 more minutes, guys. By 2 o'clock, we would activate again. I'm having a good time. Thank you for joining from wherever you're joining. Please drop in the comment section where you're watching from. Are you watching from, what part of the world are you watching from? Someone said Uganda, someone said Ethiopia, which is awesome. I get a lot of people watching from lots of places, which is why I like to do this, because for me, it's not just the film you're about to watch. Not yet. Okay. Yeah, so let me know where you're watching from, and let me know that you're here, you're locked in, you're ready. You can send your fire emojis. Let's go, because I am ready. And just let me know if you're ready. So Africa Creative Academy, when you're ready, just say the word. Okay, I can see your other screen is back. I will mute your mic for now. I'm going to mute you for now and add you to the stage. So you're on stage, you're live now with me. The room is a bit empty. People have run away. When you're ready, I'll be ready. But chat, drop comments. Let me know if you're here. Is anyone there on Instagram? I'm not sure. Okay, but yeah. Let me know who is here. Just 1 minute more and we would go and start and continue. Just gonna check what's going on here. Oopsie. Okay. This is definitely my third cup of coffee for today. So if you guys see me sounding very hyper, I blame you. I do blame you. The things I do to be here. Boom. Agatha Fury is in the building. And guys, let me show you who Agatha is. You'll see Agatha in a second. So Agatha is one of the people in this film. So just waiting for everything. Is everything all right on your side, Africa Creative Academy? Because I'm standing by. Okay, great. So can you guys put on your camera so I put you in the room, then we can have a conversation. But before that, I'm going to play the yes, thank you. It's good to see you guys. For a second I thought you guys ran away, but it's good to know that you're back and you're not so bored. I'm going to unmute you, but it seems you've muted yourselves. Do you want to unmute so I can hear you from that side? Why is Agatha saying no? Okay, I can hear you now.
All right.
How's it going, guys? You guys okay?
Yeah, we're okay.
Yeah.
So we are set up for the group work on this other laptop here.
Correct. Okay.
So when we are ready for that, we can just be together and work. Are we doing
That's-
that now, or are you going to run through one or two first?
Yeah, let's do like 10 minutes of just run through. Let me do a quick refresher. Then we would go to the group work.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, well done. Okay, so I'm going to play you the teaser real quick. And then again, just so you guys can see what we've been working on. Again, I tried to show you this so you can see that it's a finished project. It's not like we're just figuring it out. So let's play the teaser now. I'm going to stop the music and we'll go. All right, and go. The film you're about to watch is based on true stories.
The situation back home got a bit hot, so I decided to leave.
That dream to come abroad and to study, everything is better.
And here I am, 16 years later, still here.
I left my job, I left my family. It was not easy just to come in and get that kind of job.
I have global exposure from studying in London, in Boston, and San Francisco, but somehow it doesn't convert.
10 years of video production, about to do jobs I'm not so passionate about just to survive.
I was born a journalist, but my accent played a bit as well.
To be noticed, you have to shrink yourself, especially as an immigrant.
So it's not coming soon anymore because it is here now. And yeah, it's here already. So no more coming soon. It's on YouTube. Like I said, you guys go watch it. If you're joining live, this film is a 21-minute film. So go watch it. It's an amazing film. If I do say so myself. And so far we have been breaking down the scene. This is the sequence that we were working on, guys. So you guys can see. So this is the sequence we're working on. That's we're kind of grading. I'm going to
Come to live on our own.
Can you see the final shot? That is what we ended up with. Not too saturated, just everything in the natural
With
world.
no other family members whatsoever.
See? So I showed you this before we left the other time. There's some greens in the shadows just to make it a bit not too warm. I pushed some greens in the shadows. You can see it around the grid because the entire grid of the film. Also, when it comes to color grade, you kind of want to keep a synergy across the film. So the entire film has the color palettes is in the yellows and the greens in the entire film. So if I do a scroll, this is what I do to know a good grade. If I jump across the film, you can kind of see that's infused in the film. You know, if you look at the film, even on the shots of myself, you can still see that it doesn't make your eye jump like this shot is too cool, this one is too dark, this one is too warm. You can see it's the elements of that in the shot. Look at my shirt here, look at this part of the cloth, you know. So you see the shot also. There's that green, almost greenish stuff, green, yellows, and here. This is a film that I injected into the project. So we're going to do something more fun now and grade a scene from this location, this particular set, you know. But again, look at the synergy. The entire film has that, you know, that has that vibe also. And we're just trying to creates a uniform look across board. That's the idea of color grading. So, so far, let's do a quick recap. I know that you guys have, I'm going to remove this. You guys have the practice footage, right? With you on your computer. We're going to do, so let's unmute so I can hear you. Very
Yes, we have footage.
Okay, so let's just do a quick recap. Basically, do you guys want to like tell me so far what's going on and tell me what it was before for you in terms of understanding, and tell me what you're struggling with right now. So let's go down one after the other and just talk about that. So what's that thing that you're probably and that you want to like pay attention to? So let's start from my guy closest to the camera. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I want you to go. I want us to go around quickly. Tell me what you have grasped so far, and maybe there's any part of it that is still not clear. So just like in 2 sentences, this is the part I understand better now, and this is the part I don't understand as well. So let's do that quickly around the room. Okay.
Okay, the part I understand better is the color, what do you call it? Color wheels.
Okay.
To like use the highlights, shadows, and other stuff. But like the one I don't get is the heels versus hue, and hue versus
Yeah. I understand. That's the crazy. Is a crazy part to understand, but I will take my time to explain that again. Okay. What else? The next person, Stanley.
Yes, sir.
What part do you get now? What part don't you get now?
Yeah, I was actually discussing with my. I was actually discussing with my instructor that I did not understand the same hue and hue to
Saturation.
yeah something like that. But I think for the other rest, I think I'm good.
Okay, so two people don't understand that part. That's very good. It's good to know. Who else? Next person, please. Daniel.
Sir, I'm good with the color wheels. Yeah. For now, I'm good with all. I think
Ah,
I'm good.
just take my job now. Just teach everybody. Let me go home. Okay. All right. So that's good then. I'll do like a quick recap, just quick, but I want you guys to also practice it. Yeah. I'll do a quick recap on how that is, how you can undo that and what that thing does precisely. Okay. So let's go quickly to that project. I think we'll scatter this project before we left. Let me see what I did. Yes. So I'm going to reset it. So basically, what that thing does is it's like you isolating particular colors and affecting it. So let's see it this way. Let's say right now, Ganyu is wearing a blue shirt, yeah?
Yeah.
If I want to change the color of his blue shirt, let me use a shot that is more precise. I think that will help. Let's use this lady. This lady is Agatha, and Agatha is watching live also, I'm sure. So this is Agatha. She's on the live stream too. Hello, Agatha. So let's say we want to change what she's wearing. She's wearing yellow, right? Let's create a node and come to okay. That's fine, you're mute. Okay. So if you want to talk, you can just unmute yourself. I think that's actually better. So let's come to heel versus heel. So right now, I want to change what Agatha is wearing to from yellow to another color. Okay. That is what this part of the stuff does. All I have to do is to come and click on the color I want to change. When I click it, it creates a point for me on the color curve. So this point, this black point you're seeing, that is the point where this yellow color is represented. If I move it up, it will change that color. If I move it down, it will change that color. Simple. Okay. So if I want to change Ganiu's shirts, I will come to heel versus heel because I want to change. Heel means color. So think of it as color versus color. I don't know why they named it that. Does it make sense? But so it's like you saying, I want to change the color of this color. So hue versus hue. I want to see how you guys are seeing me. So this is hue versus hue. Okay, sorry. Hue versus hue. I want to change the color of this color. Okay. If you go to the other one, which is hue versus saturation. So let's say hue versus saturation. I want to change the saturation of this color. Make sense? When you go to the other one that says hue versus luminance, it's the English words that's making it confusing. Hue, which is color, versus luminance. It means I want to change the luminance, which is brightness of this color. So in effect, if I come to hue versus hue, which is I want to change the color of this color, it means that I want to change the color of my yellow. Anything yellow on this shot, I want it to change color. So that's why is that not responded? What have I done rank? Okay. That's why if I click on the yellow, I can also come here and click yellow. And tell you anything that is yellow in the shot, change it. You can see when I push it up, I can push it anywhere I want to go to across this area. Anything that has yellow in the shots would change. See, it's going green. If she want that to look like a goblin or Shrek, this is what you would do. So people do this to tweak colors. Sometimes you don't want the yellow. Maybe you want the yellow to look orangey. See? Can you see that it's looking more orangey? Let me disable. Before and after. Can you see the difference it makes? Before and after. So when you see some grades at times, that is what they do. They just move the colors. They shift the hues of those colors. They will make something that is red look redder. Something that is blue look like teal. Do you get me? So that's exactly what they do. That's what people do. And you say, oh, I like the look and feel of this thing. They've just manipulated the colors. And all I'm doing is just swinging the hue of everything that is yellow in these shots. Let's say I don't want to affect yellow. Let's say I want to change the color of our lipstick, right? This lipstick is like red. So let me reset it. I come here, I click on the lips. When you click on that lip, it shows you where that color is on the color curves. Now, let's say I want to swing this up. See, the lips is turning to purple. Let's say I want to change that color. So I'm changing the color of a color because I'm in hue versus hue. Okay. Let's take it back. And now at this point, I actually want to change the color of this, what she's wearing, this yellow thing she's wearing, because it has some green in it and I don't like that green. I want it to look like orange. So I'll click the color and I'll come here and I'll swing it. I'll move it around to a point I like. Let me look for a point I like. Kind of here. So the before and after. I probably won't do this. I'm just showing you what would happen if I do that. Can you see the difference with the cloths? Let me say I don't like this green. This green is not giving. It's not giving what it should be giving, right? I can click on the green, or I can click on the green myself. I like to do this because it gives me like a wide spread instead of just clicking one particular color. Click on this green. I can swing it. If I swing it, see what it's changing to. If I bring it down, see that it's looking greener. Because I'm changing the color of the green in the shots. So at this one, I'll probably, let's say I want to keep it around here. And I'm doing this by eye, by feeling. Let's disable it and see. Before and after. Two different shots. Before and after. Let's now say, okay, I like this color, but now the color is looking too dark, or I want it even darker. What do you guys think I would do to do that? If I want to make this cloth, this color of this cloth, this particular orange darker, which of the curves will I use? Unmute and let me hear, please.
Not on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which of the curves will I use? I can hear you.
So please repeat your question.
If I want to make this orange thing that I've already tweaked now, if I want to make it darker, I want to make this color orange darker, where will I do it?
The color orange.
You guys was luminous.
Correct. Please, moderator, 2,000 naira for that person.
2K,
Let's
2K,
go.
2K, yes, sir.
Urgent 2K. So I'll come to hue versus luminance. Yeah. Click that. Click on the cloth. So you can give me a spot on it. Something is going wrong. Hold on. My computer is freezing. because I'm running Instagram live at the same time. That's why. Okay. Hue versus luminance. Click on the cloth. It has given me a path to pick. What will I do? Up or down?
Down.
See? Don't do this, because you'll not get a job when you do this. It doesn't. But I just wanted to see what happens when you do that. Can you see everything else is intact? But this part is looking dark. Because you have selected that color. That's why we call it secondary correction, secondary isolation, because it's very secondary. Somebody's raising their hands, yeah?
So I want to ask, is it only when someone is wearing a clothes you can do that?
No, you can do it on their face also. Any color. So it targets colors. That's why you see hue versus. So it says this color, you can target it with luminance, saturation, or by color. So it's not just cloth. So let me look for an example. Let me see if I have a shot. Hold on, guys. Let me find something in my archive. Because I want you guys to also practice by yourself. 1 second. I'm going to check my archive quickly. Okay, so let's try. I've got a shot here that I'm going to put on the timeline. And then we can practice with that. See this shot here? Let me see if you guys can see my screen properly. Aha. So this shot has like a couple of things going on. It has blue, it has a red rug, it has somebody looking at something. So let me find a frame first. Okay, good. So at this point, so let's say I like the way this red rug is. Let's just apply a color grade also. If I click clips here, I will see all my clips on the timeline. Now, because I don't want to start building my node tree, put exposure, put everything one after the other anymore. I want to use what I've already built. I can click this one that has already been graded, right click it. I'm sure you will not see from that side. I don't know why that is happening with Davinci. You know what? I'm going to close it and start it again. 1 second. Because it shouldn't be doing that. You should see what I'm clicking. Let's close Davinci quickly. Hold on, guys. I'm going to reopen it. And let me share that screen again. Okay. You guys can see my Davinci now, right?
Yes, you can see it loading.
It's still loading. It should be done now because I'm in already. It's still loading here, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, I think this is StreamYard that is misbehaving at this point. It's my streaming device that is doing that nonsense. Don't mind it. Okay, I'm going to throw again. All right, can you see now? Okay. 1 second. I know what I would do. I'm going to share, instead of sharing my screen, I will share instead of sharing Davinci, I'll share the entire screen. And that should solve the problem. Share screen and share window. No, tab, entire screen. Tell me if this is different. If I right click, yes, you can see now.
Yes, it's coming up.
Good. Technology cannot win. So if you right click a shot that's already graded, this guy, you're drinking from a red cup. Are you shadowing in a class? Okay, cheers to that. So if you right click and you say apply grade, what happens is it transfers the grade to your new shot. Okay, so for example, if I click this that is not graded and I right click and I say apply grade because I've already graded this shot in quotes, it transfers the grade to the next shot. Does that make sense?
Apply grade.
Yes. Now the difference is because the grade is different, it's a different scene. You might want to reset some of the things. So I'll come here, right click, reset this one, right click, reset this one, because I want to do it from scratch, but I just want that node template. Do you understand? I want that template to be there. So you see, everything is done. I will keep this one because it's the same thing. It's still this flat to Rec 709. Let me know if you guys are on the same page with me.
Same page. Yes.
Yeah, you're on the same page. That's good. Okay. Mr. Movies DP, my guy. Let's go. Mr. Movies is like arguably one of the best DPs in Nigeria. So he's on Instagram saying what's up to you guys. All right, so let's continue. Can you guys still hear me? Thumbs up if you can. Good. Let me put some music because I'm missing that music vibe. There you go. Especially for my guy with the Shayo, he needs that music underneath. There you go. Guys, don't drink in class, but you can drink from a red cup. Nobody have to know. So let's use this shot to just basically run through that quickly. I've copied this now. Let's say this Anko bag, the red is red, but it's not red in. Let me quickly do a correction quickly. I'm going to do a quick correction. You guys know this vibe already now. Know what I'm doing. I'm just balancing my exposure, doing the quick shots. Nothing too serious, balancing before, after, done. I move to the next node, contrast. This is why the panel is good, guys. I'm not advertising it, I'm just saying. Go to the next one, saturation. I'm going to say saturation. I'm using my panel, but again, you get what I'm doing, right? Okay. And come to balance, and I want to take some warmth away, put some highlights into the yellows, put some kind of greens into the shadows because that's the look I know I'm going for. So see before and after. I've brought this shot close to where I want it to look. I'm going to increase the contrast a little bit. Now, I can see that this thing is too bright. This thing is too bright. Okay. So now let's say we are looking at this shot and we're saying, okay, this thing, this color of this bag is not given. If I come to HSL and I come to hue versus hue and I select that bag, okay? If I move it up and down, can you see what's going on, guys? That's turned to a purple bag. If I bring it down, that's turned to a green bag. The reason why it's looking this way is because there's some noise in the footage, so it's not picking it very well. But basically, this is what I would do if I want to slightly nudge a color towards a different direction. Okay. Let's say I want to change this blue of his jean to teal. I can click on that blue also. And this is where the blue is, and I'll push it around. Can you see the jeans is changing color? See, before. So before, let's say before and after. Before and after. So it's not just what people are wearing. You can decide to change colors of anything. And I want to change that plant color, to change it this way. So again, don't push things to an extreme point. I'm just going extreme so you can see what you can do. The reason why it's not picking as much is normally I will add a noise remover so that the shot is clean, but let's not do that now. You probably don't even have that version. You have a free version of Davinci Resolve. So that is what the HSL does for you. You can use it to isolate colors and select colors. Okay. Now that I have been the one teaching and showing you things, it's your turn to be the teacher. Me, I am going to put you up on screen. So who's going to share their screen? Because you're going to grade these shots from scratch. So that's the Africa Creative. You can just share your screen. You can leave this one, but share your screen from the other laptop. You should see an option to share screen. And I would approve that from here. Let me know if you have any difficulties. What's up, Instagram? How you guys doing? Ogbemi, Oshe, Mr. Lecturer. You guys are just a clown. All righty. So let me know. Is there any challenge? You can put on your mic so you can tell me if there's a challenge.
We are trying to get back into the stream.
Yeah. So what you would do is with that computer, just go into the stream, but mute your mic, mute your camera. Yeah, I can see you.
Okay.
Mute your mic. You can mute your camera, but share your screen.
Okay.
So there's an option to share screen when you're in that room.
Window. Davinci.
Let me create an extra space for you.
So do you see our screen now?
Yes, I can see it. Give me a second and I'll share. So, okay. Now you're in charge. I'm going to basically, so you can put your mic on so you can explain. Let's talk through what we're doing. And you can explain what you're doing and I can just guide you. So leave your mic on this particular computer that I can see both of all of you. No, the one that is in the room, the one pointing at the room. You can put the mic on. Yeah, that one. Unmute yourself. Yep, keep that mic on. I can see your screen. So now run us through what you're doing and just start. So what would be the first thing you do? I'll keep quiet. You just do the grade from scratch based on everything. Everybody else can jump in from time to time. But who's the person responsible? Gane, you're right.
No, the metric.
So I can know. Let me know the person that's who will tackle.
So I'm assigning the major.
All right, cool.
We have to ensure you also participate.
Yes, the major, make us proud. Let's go.
One.
I'm just gonna be here and watch you guys. So, guys, if you're joining live, this is a practical session, and we have Dimeji color grading.
So are you with us?
I'm very much with you. You can ask questions if you want.
Remember the first step.
So, are we supposed to be talking? Like, is he supposed to be explaining what he's doing, or we just do it?
I can see it. You can explain what you're doing. I want to know your thought process. So explain it, teach it back to us. Say, okay, so now I want to do color space transform. Now I'm going to do this. So I can correct it if there's anything you're thinking in your head. Okay?
Okay.
Yep.
All right, I said the first one. You pick the after color space transform. You pick the first one.
Very good. That's very good.
And the second one is let's look here. Like 709.
That's very good.
All right, you're done with the first process.
Okay.
Now we're moving into the next process. That is exposure.
Very good. Good process.
I'm going to add cereal.
So we're adding cereal now.
Okay. That's a serial before, yeah?
Yeah, cereal before.
Very good.
So we're going to name our first.
Do something. Click on your clips so that you can have more screen space. There's at the top right, top left, sorry, you'll see clips. Yeah, click it. Yes, so you can have more space to people can see what you're doing properly. All right. You can drag that even bigger if you want. Well done. Go on. Let me put more music in the background for myself.
First of all, we start with we started with leads. After leads, we moved to gamma. After that came offset, then growth.
So right now, I'll run commentary for you guys since you're kind of current, so people that are watching can follow. Okay.
So you said?
So continue. I'm just saying, like, I'll run commentary for you.
Okay.
Go on.
I'm going to adjust the shadow first.
Okay.
A little bit of the game.
Then we're adding gamma.
Okay.
Sorry, gain, not gamma. Sorry, gain. This should be enough.
A little bit of that.
Yeah, even if you add the gamma to you can use the elite to bring it down. Then it's going to remove this gain.
So these guys are attempting to grade from scratch because they are professionals now. Want to take my job.
So I go with the exposure.
Okay.
No, it's actually not enough. It's not enough. It's too dark. Exposure means more light.
Mm.
You just increase the gain, make it brighter. Like, yeah, see the guy face on the ball.
Well done. It's looking good already. So just imagine I'm a client. I'm just watching you guys. And as a client, they will complain. So I'll be complaining a lot.
Okay, go forward. This is good. Yeah, this is good. This is good. No, like you can just watch it. See what you're doing. See the before and after. Know what you're doing. So you're doing that now there too. So now we move next now. So what are we moving next? Alright, so we're moving over to contrast now. We're done with the exposure.
Well done. Very good. It looks good so far.
Moving over to contrast. So
To
you
contrast.
comma.
Okay. So guys on Instagram, if you're just joining me, I'm teaching color grading with the guys from Africa Creative Academy, and they're in the room in Lagos. And right now, they have this practice footage, and they are putting to practice everything they've learned today. Some of them are a bit high, so let's hope that they can get these shots done properly. Just kidding. But yeah, in case you're just watching me for the first time, I wanted to know if you're listening. But yeah, I mean, I'm high on coffee. I can't even lie, but we'll move. Well done. So basically, the goal is to try to get these shots to look good. And so far, they're doing an amazing job. I can't lie. Just after like 2 hours or 3 hours of training. So well done. It's looking good. It's looking good so far. If you have any questions, drop your questions in the comment section and I will do well to pick on it. Felix, so just so you guys know, the guy you're color grading is watching you on Instagram. So make him look good or you're in trouble. So Felix is watching. Toba is there. The black, you should be at work. What are you doing here? So, well done. It's looking good so far. You've moved your pivot up and down. I can see what you're doing. Well done. Yep. As in, I hope you guys can tell that color grading is based on the person doing it. It's perception. There's no wrong or right answers to it, but there are things that can look awful. So, yeah, that looks okay. I'm the cinematographer, so I want these shots to be moody. That's my brief. So Dimeji, colorist Dimeji, I'm the cinematographer, so I want these shots to be moody. Yes, that's what I've told you. That's what a client will tell you. You'll be like, what is moody, right? That is your business to figure out. I want it to be very moody and, it's night. It's the middle of the night. That's the vibe we're going for.
Even this service, taking a plan for this contract. It's not the most that you're going to be on the contract. Just get that.
Okay, I'm happy with this. Because that's what your clients will be doing behind it. They'll be nodding their head and say, okay, I'm happy. No, I'm not happy. I'm happy.
Go forward, go forward. That's the way you know. Yes. Why do they shine for my house?
You guys want to beat? You want to beat the colorist?
This guy is not a colorist.
It's a colorist. If he's behind the wheels, he's a colorist right now. So I'm sharing the screen from Dimeji, and he's the one doing the color grading right now. I'm just watching. I'm learning from him.
So I don't think I'm not part of the color grading though. I don't know what they are doing there.
Teamwork. So let me quickly do a review. If you look at your shots right now, Dimeji, if you look at the shot right now, look at the blue on the waveform. Look at your waveform. Can you see that the blue is crushed? You can show that your shadows are crushed on this low side of it. Not the color, it's the shadows. Yeah, they are crushed. So lift your lift a bit. Lift it. Yeah, lift it. It's still crushed. Lift it up. Go up. Yeah, it's too much now. Come back down. So that contrast you're looking for, use your mid-tone. Bring your mid-tone down instead. No. Still on the exposure. Bring your mid-tone down. Bring it down. Just bring it to taste. Yeah. Bring it to taste. Make the decision to bring it to where you want to bring it, but try to not crush your shadows. Do you get what I mean? Yeah, that is cool. Stay there. All right, so Dimeji has done exposure. Let somebody else come and take over and do balance. Well done, Dimeji. Well done. That was good. So
When you're talking about balance, do you mean okay?
I explained to you earlier. I will not re-explain it. So again, this is a night scene. The room has warm lighting. The UK room, some of their bulbs are warm bulbs, and I want it to be moody. So balance the shots to that effect.
The room has
It's warm lighting.
okay.
I think this will be different. Everybody will be together. Nobody is accepting it.
No, you will all build this. We will build the look together. This is a teamwork. You all build the look together. So make sure that what you are doing is going to be good for the next person. If not, you are destroying work for them.
Come. That's not teamwork. Come.
Teamwork. All right, so I'm just here on Instagram. Alma Black, welcome, Alma Black. What are you doing here? First name Tito Bilola. Welcome. Guys, we're just watching the guys from Africa Creative Academy attempt to color grade something from the film or the movie Home Away documentary. And so far, Ganiyu is the one working right now, trying to balance. Ganiyu, what are you doing in pivot for balance? I said you should balance. You are doing exposure. No, reset that shot. Reset that node. Ganiyu, reset that balance node. Your job in this particular one is to balance the shot, not to do exposure anymore. You have to trust your teammates that the exposure they did was good.
We're not in exposure, we're in balance.
Now.
Yeah, but I can see him trying to push gain or pivot.
You know, it's offset that I'm working on.
It's offset. Okay, cool. Well done. All right, let's go. Yeah, but why are you pushing the wheel on offset? You're supposed to balance. Balance is color. Yeah, exactly. Do you get what I mean?
Yes, sir.
You and this your sir, yeah? All right. Okay, I see what you're doing there. It's not looking bad. Not looking bad at all. I can't lie. I'm a client. The client is happy. Now you're overbalancing it. Where's the warmth? You're pushing out the warmth. You're making it become a white room. If there's a warm light in the room, the walls of the house will not be white. Think about that, yeah? Do you get what I mean? So what you're doing now is white balance. You're kind of looking at the white walls and you're trying to balance the white. So make sure you keep the original intention of the shots to a good level. Does that make sense?
So what exactly are we balancing? What are we balancing?
So when you balance a shot, you are looking at the shot and you are telling yourself what color is too much, what color is not making it look like the intended purpose of the shot. So the cinematographer has told you that this shot is supposed to be warm, it's at night, and it was shot with warm lighting. What it means is don't go and make my walls white, because if I put on white light in a room, the room will be white. But if I put on warm lights in the room, the walls of the room will be warm. I don't know if you're following me. So when you're balancing, I'll give you a tip. What you are looking at is the skin tone. You want to make sure the skin tone is correct. So how do you even know? Not just by eye. Go down to, let me do something quickly. 1 second, guys. Hold on. Just hold on. All right, I'm back. Go down to your that thing. Let me show you again. Let me share my screen quickly. Hold on. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Come here. Let me take these guys off. You guys are blocking stuff. Gonna take it off quickly. Right now, the scope you are using right now is called a parade. This is what you're seeing right now on your side, yeah?
Yes.
Come here and change it to vertoscope. Okay. Let me know what you've done that. Okay.
Yes,
Now, I don't know if, let me see yours. So come to, where's that 3 dots here? Come to these 3 dots and put this on display qualifier focus. Have you done that?
Yes.
Then click on this one, this thing, settings, and tell it show skin tone indicator. Have you done that?
Yes.
Now, what happens is when you put your mouse and over something, it will show you what's color, where the color is on that wheel. So you can use this to test if your skin tone is in the proper place. Like I told you before we went on a break, you want to be sure your skin tone is looking proper, like it's on the skin. That line, this line you can see here.
Yes.
What am I doing? This line you can see here. You want that circle to be over that line, or at least very close to the line. Right now, I'm looking at these shots, and you can see my color. Look at the skin. The skin is a bit off. The skin is towards the yellow. See? It's towards the yellow. I want it to be more on that line. So if I come to my balance now, what I would do is to try to make sure I push my color in a way that the skin tone is closer to that line. Let me come back and see. Now that I'm pointing at it, can you see that it's closer to the line?
Yes.
At this point, my colors are better balanced than the way it was before. Let me warm it up a bit more. Let me just add some little warmth to the shots, because again, that's my own preference for this particular grade. I'll come back again. I'm sure it's green now. Yes, it's green now. There's a trick I will show you soon that makes it better. So let me show you the trick quickly before you continue. So right now, let's say I'm struggling to get an accurate, because the mouse is jumping here and there. And I put my mouse here and check it. I want things to go towards the red a bit. But if you look at the waveform, the vertoscope, you can see that my stuff is tilting towards the yellow side. That means there's more yellow in my skin than red. For me to move closer to that R, I need to add more red to the shot, basically, to my skin. Make sense, anyone? I'm trying to move this entire, basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to shift that waveform to almost here for my skin to look good, but not this way. I'm just trying to move it around here. See? For my
Yes, sir.
skin to look good, okay? What I can do, if you come up here to color, activate this thing called printer light hotkeys. What this does for you is when it's activated, if you come to full printer light, you have all your colors here. You can see plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus. I can use this to make incremental changes in the color. Let's say I want to give this entire thing red. I want like a full stop of red. I say stop because I'm talking in terms of, camera and cinematography. But just follow me, right? You will understand soon. If I say plus red, it adds entire red to the shots. Let me do one more. Come back here, full printer light, plus red. The shot is becoming redder. All right. Put my mouse here and look at the shots. At this point, my skin looks like it's okay, but I don't like the fact that my entire shot is too red. So I can come back to color, come to half printer lights, and say minus red by half. So minus red, that's taking half red. I can come back to that color and say minus another red. It has reduced the red by another half. Let me look at it again. Look at my skin. My skin is still a bit to the yellow. So that means I want to remove yellow from the shot. Does that make sense? I'm trying to, because with color, when you have something too much, to get the other color, you want to remove it. So I want to subtract yellow. So I come to color. You don't have to do this. It's just an easier way to get it done. I come to full printer light and I say minus yellow. You'll see everything shifts. Let me show you again. Before, see the waveform, and after. See, that shifted towards red.
Yes.
Before and after. I can come back and say, you know what, let me do one more. Let me push it a bit and say minus yellow. It has moved everything again. Someone calling.
Yes.
So right now, the skin, even though the skin looks like it's good, and on the waveform, you can see my skin is now on that reddish line, but the entire shot has too much red. This is where isolation now comes to play. You now come to your HSL. You can now come and target that color itself. Let me reset this. You can now say, okay, let me pick on this particular color. Sorry, I'm coming. Let me balance to what I want. Hold on. At this point, I'm speeding. Printer lights, remove some red. Introduce some yellow, because this is a grade I'm going for. Plus yellow. I want some yellow in the highlight, so I'm adding some yellow to the shots. Plus yellow. I like this entire feel, kind of, right? But my skin, I want my skin to have I want to swing my skin a bit towards that red. So I'll come to my HSL, select my skin, come here, and move it a bit towards where I want. Look at the vector scope as I'm moving it. Can you see what's going on? Can you see it's moving?
Yes.
So at this point, I am isolating that color only to affect just the skin. And I'm pushing my skin to where I kind of want it to live. I know it sounds like it's a bit off everything, but I just want you to know that sometimes you might want to first get your look to how you want it to look, then you now go and tidy up your skin. So right now, I come here. I'm happy with the way the color is. Can you see my circle is closer to the red now? Everybody's like, hey, this guy will kill us today. Let me push some color into these jeans. I don't like the jeans. The jeans is boring. I want it to look teal. I've selected that jean and I want to push it. Let me see if I push it a bit more. Select it and push it. See what I've done with that jean just by pushing this color. See before? Look at it. Let me look at it before show the before to you. This is before. See how much the jean looks dead, right? But when I selected the color and I give it some color, see how it's looking better now. See? At this point, the entire shot still looks a bit too red for me. So I'll come back to color and tell it reduce the red by half. It has reduced the red a little bit. I can come back there again and say add some yellow by half. That added yellow to the shots. Let me put full yellow. And if you look at the shots that you have, this is what we have now. If I disable that node, this is what we had before. This is what we have now. The idea of doing these things is to isolate colors and separate your colors. What makes your color look cinematic is color separation. Like when you kind of move colors around in a way that it complements each other. I won't do this normally for the jeans, by the way, just so you guys know. Let me do what I would do for the jeans normally. Let me see. Let me see if I can pick it. Oh, done. Oh, done. Okay. So for this one, I'll probably just push it a bit towards teal. Yeah, something around here. That's what I would do if I was doing this grade. But I hope you guys get what I'm trying to pass. This is before, this is after. This is before, this is after. It's just that little separation of, there's some colors that really complement each other. Red, blue, orange and teal, magenta and green. When you use those colors in combination with each other, they kind of make you feel like you know what you're doing. And they also, for example, see my background, right? Just look at my background. So I'm wearing something that is kind of, I think I'll say this is kind of gray, like a bright gray, but I have like a blue background. If you see the background, I have like this color. There's a light there. The light on my face is kind of white, and there's this light here that's giving me that accent of orange. This makes the entire set look more interesting than if I had like an orange light here. Everything would just blend. So color separation just really makes everything pop. Okay? Over to you. Who was doing color before? Ganiyu was doing color. Ganiyu, does that make sense to you now?
Yes, sir.
A little, Abby. Okay. So try to get your balance and make sure that your skin is accurate. And once you're done with that, we'll pass the baton on to who's coming up next. Who's next? You're going to grade a different shot entirely. You're going to grade Marcos. Okay, so Ganiyo, let's skip from here. Let Marcos come and grade the other shots. So Marcos, you are going to grade the shot of the lady. Yes. Let's go, Marcos. Take over. The lady.
We don't have the lady.
You're going for the lady.
We don't have the clip for the lady.
We don't have the
You don't?
clip.
Do you have the man's clip?
Yes.
Yeah, show the man then. Oh yeah, reset this entire thing.
So, sir, before it starts, I want to ask a question.
Please go ahead.
So, how do you use a color to tell a story?
Very good. So yeah, that's a good question. So when it comes to color, there's color theory. There are some colors that they kind of mean a couple of things. Let me mute you for a second. I'll mute you later. So there's some colors that kind of say a couple of things. Like blue colors they're cool. It can mean like there's no life, it's lifeless, you're in a state of limbo, someone is depressed when everything is cool. It can also mean cold. It can mean like the place is cold. For example, if you see like when it's winter, everything is almost desaturated and bluish. When it comes to happiness, you see warm colors like sunsets, when it's red, you see danger, so colors say a lot technically when it comes to film. So for example, someone tells you they want to do a thriller. If you notice most trailers have like greens in their shadows. If you notice, they kind of have that green, teal, very dingy look. If it's comedy, it's bright, it's colorful. You see yellows, you see reds, you see all the bright colors. If it's a very sad film, or maybe it's a war film, for example, you probably see it desaturated and it has this very grungy feel because it's supposed to look rustic. So these are the things that if you start watching films now, you start to understand why they made some decisions and why some people might intentionally just want to go with a certain look for some things. However, um, as a colorist, your job is to know what you want to portray on screen. Your job is to say, okay, I want this particular film to feel this way, but you can't force a look that was not created on camera. That is one thing you should understand. For example, you can't do orange and teal, which is a very popular look. This shot that this is my set right now. Let me show you. So this set right now, if I grab a screenshot, which I will do right now, hold on. Since we're here, I've grabbed a screenshot. I'm going to put that screenshot on Davinci. So you guys can hold on for a second. Let me show you what I'm trying to explain. So with this set of myself, where's my screenshots? Okay, hold on for a second. Okay. All right, so I've added a screenshot of myself just now as I was talking. Oh, this is a bad screenshot of myself. Why did I post like this? Anyways, are you guys on screen with me? Let me go to one with you guys on screen. Okay, I can hear you guys now. So if I'm going to treat this, hold on, let me put myself on screen. So this is my shot. I just grabbed it now. This is the live feed. So this shot, for example, has some elements that can make it easy to do an orange and teal comfortably. And the elements are one, there's already like that color in the sets. There's already that blue color that you can easily swing towards teal. There's already stuff that can give you orange. My skin tone, these lights that are in the shots. If, for example, these things don't have any blues or any orange, you can't really create orange and teal from it. You will struggle. Do you get me? So most people try to force colors, but they've forgotten that when you shoot something, you have to plan what the color would look like from the shoot. So if someone gives you something that was shot, for example, they are wearing red color, they are wearing red, they have a red background, everything is red and orange, and they're telling you to create orange and teal, you will struggle because there's no colors in the shot itself that you can use to swing towards teal. If I want to swing this towards teal, for example, all I have to do is come to hue versus hue, select this color. It's giving me a spot here, and I can swing this more. This light is already in teal, but I can swing it towards, so this is blue. It's already in teal, so I don't need to even swing it towards teal. This is already teal, right? Then the orange, I can say, okay, let me push the orange a bit more towards orange. The yellows, I mean. You can see that already. And I can say, okay, let me saturate this color a bit. Pick the color, saturate it. Can you see what I'm doing already? So I'm enhancing the colors because they're already in the shots. If they were not there, I'll have to be doing magic to create it. So see, I've pumped the yellows up. So let me see before. This is before, this is after. Are you guys following? I can come to my luminance, pick this color again, and say, let me darken the color so it looks like, it's more cinematic. Don't forget this is a screenshot, so it's not the best quality. So see, let me darken this color also so it looks more cinematic. Click on that color and darken it to the luminance. Are you already seeing your orange and teal? The things you buy LUTs for, and the LUTs look like trash. This is kind of why sometimes you buy an LUT and it doesn't work because your shot doesn't work. Now I want to even create more. I want to push that orange and teal a bit more. What do? I come to my gain. I push more orange into the highlights. This is the fundamental orange and teal. Come to my gamma, push more orange into the gamma. Then come to my lift and do the opposites. Push more blues, more teal into this one. Can you see what I'm doing, guys? So you can see what I'm doing?
Yeah, we can see what you're doing. We can see.
Okay. So basically I'm pushing orange into the shots. And the reason why it's working is because in that shot, there's already stuff that can be pushed. There's already colors that you can push. I'm pushing orange into my skin. I'm pushing orange into the highlights. It depends on how extreme you want your orange and teal. This can be a look. Saturate it a bit. And this becomes an orange and teal look. See? Before and after. Before and after. And why did it work? Because in that shot, there's already colors I can swing towards orange and teal. That's the point of this whole drama I just created. So when people want to create looks and your wardrobe doesn't support the look you're trying to create, you will struggle. If somebody is wearing white and they want the shorts to look, very orange and teal, there's no color in white. It's white. You have to force colors into your shorts. Make sense?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes.
Back to our colorist. Where are you? Why is your screen not shared anymore?
Mark.
This is the last part of the job, so let's get it done and get it out of the way, okay? Don't get tired. We've got like 30 more minutes and we can wrap. Let me check with
So you ended our streaming.
me.
Yeah.
I can't see your screen. You have to reshare it then. Can you reshare your screen? Can you reshare your screen? Okay, I think I can see your screen come up now. All right. So let's go quickly through this one. Then we'll take
So,
questions.
am I actually editing from beginning to the end, both the curves and everything?
Yes. Yes. Quickly. You've seen it done 3-4 times, so you should be able to do it fast now.
Okay, the exposure, contrast.
There's something you're missing. There's something you're missing. What do you think it is? Color space transform, yes. In short, just do that one alone, Seb, and let me see. Actually, do just color space transform first, and let me see if you can get it. Don't help him in the room, guys. Don't help him.
Color transform.
Yes. Let's know if our money has Jono. Yeah, I see what you're struggling with. So I'll show you how to do that. Are you using a mouse?
Yes, I am.
Hold the middle button down and drag. Okay. If there's no middle button, yes, drag to your left. Okay. Click that hand. There's a hand up here beside the cursor. On that note tray. Yeah, there's a hand there. No. So what you're struggling with is because you need to see where that node is. That's what you're struggling with. There's a hand here. Yes, that one. Now move things to the left, to the other direction. There you go. Go back to your. Click that and go back to your mouse, your normal mouse. There you go. Then go back to your normal mouse though. There you go. Well done. I think after this one, we can take questions and call it. Because I feel like you guys get the fundamentals of how to get a color looking decent at least, right?
Yes.
Very, very good. Yeah, yes. So S-Log 3, Rec 709, and what's the next one? Gamma 2.4. Correct. That is correct. Well done. So what do you do next? Yes. Let me see you do exposure. Let me see that happen quickly. You're doing well. You're on the right track. Don't forget when you're doing exposure or stuff like that, change your scopes to parade. Change your scopes to parade. So go to your scopes and change it to parade. On the right side,
Okay.
yeah. Yes, so that shows you better. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Very good. So you're taking your shadows down. That's very good. That is very good. Are you just pulling things or you're pulling things based on intention?
Based on intention.
Good.
Sorry, now I want to ask a question.
Go ahead.
What's the main goal for editing your exposure?
What's the main
What are
goal?
you trying to get out of it?
You're trying to get the best looking image basically for everything color grading. But your exposure sets your highlight levels and your shadow levels. Do you get what I mean? So your
Yeah.
exposure is like basically saying, even on cameras, when we are setting your cameras, you're setting exposure, it sets your base. It defines how bright your bright points are and how dark your dark points are, basically. So it's not a rule of thumb like it has to be this way, but you must make sure that the person in the shots can be seen. Like for now, if it's too dark, you won't see the person. Do you get?
Yeah.
But if you know for sure that some shots also that people do, like Game of Thrones, for example, the exposure was so down that we could barely see anything. That was their creative intention. So it's not a hard or fast rule. That exposure looks good. Let me see your contrast. You guys are very fast learners, by the way. Like, is this your first time using Davinci Resolve?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Very fast. It's easy, yeah, compared to what people think.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, you can get more complicated, edits, but along the line of basic, it's fairly easy. That contrast is very nice and sweet.
So I want to ask a question.
Go ahead, please.
The contrast on this system is looking more brighter than the one on what we are seeing on our tutor's screen.
Very good. So the reason why that is happening is because let me show you. I'm going to jump to myself only now. The reason why that is happening is because of something like this. This is a calibrator. That's one thing I was going to show you guys. So this is a color calibrator. You use this to, let me show you. Can you focus? Yes, it's choosing not to focus, but it's called, yeah, come on. Data color, it's a calibrator. And if you check my channel, you will see these tools there. I have a video talking about how I color calibrate my screen. So what I do is every month I put this thing on my screen. Something like that. And I run the calibration process. And it takes in the light in my room, takes in the color of my screen, and it calibrates it to be accurate. So this is what you want to do. You don't need it now, I'll be honest with you. Right now, you can trust your scopes to give you like proper color. So if it's looking dark on your screen, but your scope is saying you're not dark, that's fine. So that's why you have to train yourself to understand the scopes. I have a video on scopes on my channel. I will show you guys the kind of videos that I recommend you go and watch after now. But that is what makes my work very reliable because I always use a color calibrator to calibrate my screen. So your color and my color will be different. Sometimes if your screen is not calibrated. Do you get? So I think you're fine so far, honestly. The purpose of this exercise is for you guys to have a goal and also be confident that you can do this thing by yourself, and you have shown that you can do it. So I would say well done, and you can give yourselves a round of applause. Let's do like one class. Well done.
Fantastic. Oh my
Okay,
God.
so to wrap things up before I go into like questions, let me show you some of the other facilities. Let's say facilities. Some of the other like assets that you can use, or maybe materials that you can use to study. I'm going to share my screen, so you can exit that class now. That Davinci, and you guys can come back to the main screen that you're watching me from. So I'm going to share my screen with you. But well done, everyone. It's been very engaging, and you guys are amazing. Let's stop screen. Then let's share my screen. I'm going to share my screen quickly with you guys. Share screen. Where is YouTube? One second. I'm just going through my channel. All right. That is really cool. On Instagram, how you guys doing? We are just coming to the end of this class. I'm just going to show you guys the, yes. So I've got my screen up now. Well, that's not what we're doing here. We're doing this here. Okay, so if you can see my screen, this is my channel and I teach color grading there. You can come here and there's a lot of materials for you. I'll show you some of the videos so you have an idea of what you can get from there. Again, because this is like a beginner's class, I'm not able to go into too much details on some things, but you can see a couple of things. This is like how to still movie looks with one click. Let me play this one for you. And please, when you watch my videos, let the ads play. Thank you. Monetization is important. Do not skip my ads. If you skip it, your system will freeze. Do not skip my. I think I will skip this one myself though.
So in this video,
okay. So this is one video.
In this video, I'm about to teach you how to steal. So before we start, let's just say a prayer for forgiveness. Now let's do it. I'm very sure most of you don't know about this, but with Davinci Resolve, with just one click, you can steal the look from some of your favorite movies. So in this video, I'll be teaching you how to steal the looks. Just one click, guys. Just one click. All right, that's enough talk. Let's jump into Davinci Resolve. And this one is going to be a very quick one, and I'll just show you.
If you want to see more, go and watch that by yourself. You need to click it and enjoy. Again, this is how I did like a tour of, you know, the stuff I used to set up my space.
2,000 subscribers strong. 2,000
so for everybody that's asking,
you guys are amazing. Thank you very much.
For everybody asking what you need to, you know, to do to like really get your screens to look good. So I showed my entire setup here. That's a stream deck. It's right here by my side. That's what I use for work. So I'm just saying there's a lot more information here on YouTube than I can cover. That's my panel. That's the calibrator I was talking about. You guys can see. So go and watch these videos. There's a lot of, you know, tips for you and recommendations on what you can buy and the kind of stuff that I use. This is the stuff you can see the trackpad I use. So I have videos basically demystifying color grading for you. There's also music video color grading because I know most people love music videos. So I've got a music video one here. And this is embarrassing that my internet in the UK is glitching like this. Guys, it's one of those days. I have good internet, I promise. So this is a color grading tutorial for a music video.
It was directed by a director friend of mine called Spotlight. So he sent me this and he asked me to make it look great. As usual, as a colorist, the first thing you ask is, do you have references? What do you want it to look like? And he told me, just do your thing, make it look good. No references, just do your thing and make it pop. And that's what I like to hear. That's music to my ear. So I jumped into the software and I did my thing. I sent him a draft and this is what he had to say. In this video, I'm trying something different. I've already colored.
So that's it. Again, you guys can see that's a music video. There's some ones that I would recommend for you to start with. Go down on the page and see everything about nodes. So this is nodes, everything about nodes in 20 minutes. Guys, forgive me. I look very hungry in these videos because I was filming like around 4 a.m. in the night. So yeah, you guys can ignore that part. Just don't look at my face. Focus on the tutorial, okay? Now, there are a couple of videos also. This is how to read your scopes. So I've made a video about reading your scopes already. So that's why I'm not stressing you with like teaching you that now because your head might explode. So go watch this video. There's a free note tree. This is the one most people love because
smashed, and I'm here to help you achieve them. So to start this year with a bang, I'm going to be giving you for free my note tree today. There's a download link down in the description below. And as you guys know, this channel.
So too much talk, but you guys can see there's a free download link for a note tree that you can get from here. Why is it not scrolling down? It doesn't want me to scroll down, but you can come to this particular one and grab a free note tree. And in my videos, I kind of explain how I use those note trees. So you don't have to really be stressed about, okay, what do I do with this now? I explain everything. There are more videos on the channel. There's, you know, how you can turn night to day. This is an exciting one.
In this video, I'll be taking a scene which was shot relatively during the day, was still bright, and I made it a night scene. This is one of the tricks that Hollywood uses.
So you asked me a question about how do you use color for mood. So this film is a kind of like mental health film. So I went with the cool colors, like it was supposed to look like. I don't know if you guys have seen what's the name of the movie? Mean Black Boys Are Blue or something. Yeah, that was a reference for this, and that's what I went for. So sometimes you also want to grade based on maybe an inspiration. This is the inspiration for the film. This one. So you kind of sometimes want to get references. You're not grading from scratch sometimes. You get a reference and then you build a look around it. And this was my reference, and this was the look I finished with. Let me see. That's the look I finished with. I also shot it that same way to emulate that. I'm also going to show you some other ones. I just want you to see what's in that page. It's the Laser Filmmaker. You can go there. This is something for dark skin tones. This was you my process. How I this was a fun one. So that's for dark skin tone. So you guys get the gist. Go to the channel, most especially watch this film, watch this documentary. It's like my newest project. Please go watch it, share with your friends. And I will stop talking for now and listen to your questions. I'm going to bring you guys back on screen now and let's have your questions. And generally tell me, how has this session been for you? You can unmute now and let's talk.
Okay, guys. I mean, generally, it's been an amazing section, but let's hear from the participants themselves. We start with Stanley. Stanley, could you share how's your experience been from the class from start to finish?
Yeah, it was okay. I think I can do better on my own free time. Yeah, I need to do more research based on the color grading and stuff, and maybe I'll just get them done manually. So, but thanks for the heads up, at least from your experience that you have shared with us. I think it has eased my stress. Yeah, it has eased my stress a little bit. So at least I think I can find my way around Davinci Resolve now.
That's really cool.
Yeah, but we're using Premiere Pro, so
yeah,
starting with Davinci Resolve is going to be another headache because I don't know how to place videos and stuff and do some kind of stuff there.
Yeah.
So it's not something I need to go home now and re-practice, like have to re-practice that.
Yeah. So I have something for you for that. So you can do all your editing in Premiere Pro and just use DaVinci for color. You can save an XML in Premiere Pro when you're done. Then you come to DaVinci. I'm going to share my screen quickly. 1 second. Where are we? Okay, that's where we are. So I just want to show you what you can do. So you can import basically from DaVinci, from whatever software you're using. So you don't have to start the old process of having to learn Scratch because I'll be honest with you, I didn't used to use DaVinci for most of my editing. I used Final Cut for the bulk of everything you've seen so far. I just started using DaVinci for editing 4 months ago. And I've been doing this for at least 7 years because I was very attached to Final Cut. It's faster. It doesn't stress me. It's quick to export. I just moved to editing inside Davinci Resolve recently. And this documentary is the first thing I've edited in Davinci Resolve. So what I'm trying to say is I've done most of my color in Davinci. What you do is you come to File. Okay, sorry, I'm sharing just DaVinci now. I'm going to share again. 1 second. Where's the screen? The screen. Okay. So what you do is you come to File, you come to Import, and you come to Timeline. When you import this, it's going to take you into your computer, like where do you want to import stuff. If you have any XML that you have created from Premiere Pro or wherever you've created your XML from, you will just import it, and your entire timeline will come into Davinci Resolve. Your entire timeline from Premiere Pro will come straight into Davinci Resolve. The same way with your edits, with your everything. Your titles might not be the same, so you can disable your titles. You can color grade here, export your finished video, and continue your work in Premiere Pro. So most of the films I color grade, people use Premiere Pro. I tell them to give me an XML. They send me an XML. I import into DaVinci, color grade, export, and send back to them. Okay. So that should make you a bit more confident that you can use it. Make sense?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Next.
Yeah, I feel like I know a lot more than I knew when I came this morning.
That's good.
Like, valuable knowledge I gained. I wanted to ask, not really any of this, but like being like a colorist, is it like a good path to go? Like aside just being like a video editor,
Yeah, it's a career that is very lucrative. I'll tell you that.
is it okay?
It is.
Yeah,
It's very lucrative. Can you hear me?
yeah, okay.
It's a very lucrative one, especially because you are not bothered about the shooting. You're not bothered about the editing. You guys know how editing can take long. You're basically finishing a film. You're finishing it. So things come to your table already edited. The story is already there. What you're doing is just adding color, improving the look of the film. If they shot the film properly, your life is even easier because you don't have to do too much exposure. Because if you're exposed properly on set, you translate that same way. Do you get what I mean? If it's been intentional when they were shooting and they have like the colors, they have the outfits, everything makes sense, then you don't have to like do too much, right? So I remember your question, Olaleye. So basically, in my opinion, I don't advertise as an editor. I can edit very well. I edit a lot of work. I don't advertise as an editor. I advertise as a cinematographer and a colorist because I can control color. I don't want to start editing your files. I don't want to start. I'm not trying to say you guys shouldn't be editors. I'm not discouraging you. I'm just saying if you want to compare both of them, there's a lot of potential and color, and not everybody can do it very well. So people respect colorists a lot. So I hope that answers you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, next. Who is next?
You said what I wanted to say earlier. I've gained more knowledge.
So you said you're going to be giving us. You said you're going to be giving us free tool, some free stuff.
Yeah, so I showed you. It's on my page. It's on my YouTube channel. Go there. You see free node tree and download it it's in the description. Okay.
So which of the video exactly are we getting it from, or is it just on your page directly, like when you log in?
So if you go to the video that says free node tree, let me. You want me to share my screen again? Let me share my screen. Hold on. Where is that guy? 1 second. I'm going to share my screen so you can see exactly what I'm saying. So this is my YouTube. So there's a video here. I kind of added to most of my descriptions, but if you check this video, the best free node tree for Davinci Resolve for free and studio, you will find that node tree there. It's in the description. It's here.
Right, I've seen it.
It's a Gumroad, yeah. Okay. Okay. So Gani, you said you're
How do we use it?
Yeah,
Sorry?
How do we use it?
Watch the video. It's there. It's right there in the video.
Okay.
Yeah, I broke it down how you use it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
So I said I've gained more knowledge compared to what I don't know before. So, and also I'd like to ask that one niche, like, will you advise someone to go into? You want to
I can't advise you to go into a niche because there's a lot of spaces where you can excel in filmmaking. I started as a sound engineer. I did sound for like 4 years. Um, and I was the head of sound. I was good at it. Then I moved into videos because I wanted to make music videos for myself because I was an artist. And then loved video and I shot videos for like maybe 6 years or so. Then while I was doing that, I wanted to make my videos look good. So I started learning color grading. So then because I want my videos to look a certain way, I started learning editing. And today I have all those skills now. So I can work in any of those spaces comfortably. But it needs to be something that you enjoy doing. I enjoy color because it's, you know, I'm not thinking too much about it. Editing I can do, but I don't, like I said, I'm not going to apply for a job as an editor unless I want to survive. And thank God I don't have to. Now, at some point, I was an editor somewhere. Do you get what I mean? So when it comes to niche, I would say it's too early to niche down. I would say learn fundamentals of everything, then see what you enjoy, and then stick to it. Because some people are probably better editors than I am because they stuck to editing. You're going to say something.
So I have a question to ask.
Go on.
You made mention of a certain particular type of camera. So I want to, that settings you gave to us, does it apply to all cameras or just that particular one you use in filming?
That applies to all Sony cameras.
Okay, particularly on Sony cameras.
Yes, that's for Sony.
Okay, for me, I've handled a Nikon in snapping a photograph. So I want to know, does this setting works for a Nikon or a Canon?
So what you would do for a Nikon is to go online and say, what gamma does Nikon shoot on? Okay. So instead of doing S-Log3, Nikon might be N-Log3. I don't know what Nikon is. I've not used the Nikon to film video. But I know Canon, for example, is C-Log, right? So if it's a Canon that shoots in log, it will be maybe C-Log2 or C-Log3. If it's there's a camera that's a D-Log. If it's DJI is D-Log. Do you get what I mean? So when you're in doubt, if it's either you ask a cinematographer what they shot on, or you Google it and you just input that into it.
Okay, I think that knowledge grabs for me.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So that's about it from my side. I think. Let me answer the question from Olaleye. So why is a 4K footage? Why would it load smoothly on Adobe Premiere Pro and choppy on Davinci Resolve? Very good. So Davinci Resolve is very GPU intensive. Like it sucks your computer. Especially when you start to add effects and you start to add like noise remover and all those things. But there's a way you can work around it. And I'll quickly show you now. Okay. You can create proxies when you want to edit on Davinci Resolve. So if you're editing on Davinci Resolve, I always create proxies. I'll show you quickly how to do that. Let's switch into this one. Let me share my screen. Share screen and share entire screen. Okay. So right now, let's say I want to edit these files. I've got some files here that I might want to put up into my timeline. Let's come here. Let's say these 2 shots or these 4 shots. If I drag them into my timeline, if I start to play these things, they will lag because it's shot in 4K. It's going to be very system intensive. What I would do is there are different ways to create proxies, but what I would do if I'm here already is to right click these shots or the clips. Let me right click them, select them, right click, come to proxy media and say generate proxy media. When you do that, it's going to create proxies of these files. And what are proxies? Proxies are like lower resolution sizes of your files. What it does for you is that I'm going to cancel this because it will take a minute. Let me just do one. Let me create proxy of this one. Proxy media, generate proxy. What it allows you to do is to use like low resolution files of the same video to edit and do everything you want to do. Because it's low resolution, it will play faster, it will play smoother. But when you want to color, you want to switch back to your original footage because when you're coloring, you're not playing back per se. You're just staying on one frame and coloring. So what I would do, or what I always do, my camera is off. Okay, hold on. Hold on, guys.
I know you're going to
1,000.
So what I would do is to create this proxy like I'm doing already. Let me know if you guys want to talk because I've muted you for a second, guys in the room. I'll create this proxy. When it's done, then let me cancel this. I'll come to playback. I'll come to proxy handling and tell it prefer proxies. Click prefer proxies. What I'm telling Davinci to do is that use my proxy versions of these videos to edit. Just use it. Don't use the full resolution. I will also come to playback and come to render cache and change it to smart. That's the second thing I'll do. Then I'll come to timeline playback resolution and change this from full to maybe quarter or half, depending on your computer strength. It's almost like how you do 1/4 in After Effects or 1/2 playback resolution. So I'll do quarter. You can see the resolution will drop. And this time around, the file should play better. See? Now, let's say you are still not very okay. Maybe it's still a bit choppy. What you would do, what I do, is to come to these settings and change my timeline resolution. You come to master settings, timeline resolution. I change it to like 1280 times 720. Basically, I'm dropping the resolution of the timeline and I'm saying save so that everything can play smoother. And I do all this while I'm editing. When I'm color grading, I take everything back to original. I come back here and I say, proxy handling, camera originals. I don't have to do it there. I can also do it here. If I come here, this top, you guys can see. If I click this, I can tell it prefer proxies or prefer camera originals. If I go to that one, you will see that sign changes to HQ. At this point, what I'm seeing is the full resolution of my footage. I can come back to this place and change this back to 4K. So when I'm color grading, I change it back to the 4K size and say save. And what else? Yeah, so I can see everything clearly because when you're coloring, you want to see your footage looking as sharp as possible. You don't want it to look like it's blurry because you're trying to minimize your timeline resolution. I'll come to full. So I see exactly what I'm working with. So that's how I would do that, Olalaye. Yeah, and I hope that is helpful. Also, some people put noise remover on the footage when they're color grading. That also drags your computer. I try not to do that. So yeah, those are the little things I would do to keep Davinci Resolve working very well. If you guys have more questions, you can actually come to Instagram and drop your questions. Let me know if you have other things that you want to ask me. I'm always happy to answer questions on my Instagram. Just drop me a message there. Or if you have any other thing that is not very clear, drop me a message and I'm happy to share. But at this point, I think that yes, we're good. This is supposed to be introductory. So of course, I understand if there's still like a couple of things that you guys are like, oh, this is hectic. Oh my days, I don't understand. I get it. Yeah, this is years of color grading. You can't get everything just in a sitting. But I hope I've been able to like at least demystify the idea of Davinci Resolve and make you see that it's very easy to use. Honestly, what you would develop over time is your taste in making colorful stuff look good. So yeah, that's about it. I'm going to come back to you guys now and maybe we'll sign off and then we'll say it's been real. So are you guys okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's me. And let me check with Eric. I think that is the end of the session. Thank you guys for being a part. Thank you for engaging. Thank you for the practice. And like I said, it's the Lazy Filmmaker on Instagram. Feel free to drop a message. Take care. Keep coloring. Keep shooting. Keep filming. Keep editing. I hope it works out well. The lucrative part of filmmaking is you just doing something. I'm not going to say like this is the most lucrative one. You being in the creative space is already like a good space to be in. So I've done this. This is the only thing I've done in my life. So and I know they live for under bridge yet. So that means something, right?
Yeah.
I wish you guys the best in your careers, and thanks for having me chat with you for 4 or 5 hours. I'm not getting bored. Take care, and
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
you're welcome. Bye. All right, guys. So that is it for today. Thank you for everyone that's been a part of this stream. Thank you to the guys on Instagram. Jacob Onta, just a join. Let's come on. Thank you for everyone that's been a part of this. It's been awesome. It's been fun. I had a good time hanging out. And please go watch my film. I'm going to show it again because, of course, I'm selling it like I'm selling, pure water. So you guys should please go watch my film on YouTube. Let me show you again. Let me play the trailer again. Just because. Why not? Why not? I'm going to show the trailer quickly. Where's the video file? 1 second. Okay. If you have not seen this, you are sleeping.
First few months was a struggle.
Nope.
Making that decision is not easy.
Nope.
I remember calling my parents Merry Christmas but crying.
Any major family events you don't attend, you're detached from the place you call home.
Whenever I try to think of this place as home, I get reminded that
This is no home. How am I going to survive here?
It's not like your experiences or your portfolio is made in the UK.
So I had to go back to uni.
I had to leave my identity for some time.
I found that a bit weird.
A mother to a child who is born tiny in the incubators. How dare you?
welcome to London is very sad and very disappointing.
Maybe I'm actually not as good as I think.
There's been some pain, proper real tears, but such is life.
My child started bleeding from inside. She could die anytime.
All right. This is giving again. Radio vibes. I'm going to play one other thing before we leave. I'm just going to play the beginning of the film, Home Away, just to encourage people to go see it. In case you've not seen it, just so you know what you're missing and what you're sleeping on. So let me share my page quickly and show you what you are sleeping on. Great. Okay. So this is Home Away. It's on my YouTube channel. We've got like 934 views, which is amazing. Amazing views, guys. You guys have been watching this film. And let me just play it, see the beginning bit, and see why you need to say it. Again, don't skip my ads. Yes. The film you're about to watch is based on true stories. Stories of people like me, not by color or nationality, but by a shared weight. The weight of leaving the place we call home in search of another. My name is Tayo, and my friends call me T-Saints, but I call myself the lazy filmmaker. And that's not because I don't work hard enough, but because I have to work extra hard to prove myself every time to get the spot at the table. So now I just tell the stories I believe in, whether the industry is watching or not. And this film is one of them. It's me searching for answers to a question that's followed me since I moved here in 2021. The question of, will this place ever feel like home? And to start my quest for this answer, I'll be paying my friend's dad a visit in Doncaster. Oh, I've been on mute. So I was saying enough. That's it. If you need to see more, go watch on YouTube. I've got like a lot of great reviews about this film. I'm super excited to like share it with everyone. Finally, it's been something I've been working on for a minute. So please go watch this film. It's called Home Away. It's on my YouTube channel, and I have a couple of tutorials that I'll be dropping on the channel with the lighting of this film, the cinematography, the color grading, and a couple of other things here and there. So that's about it for now. Thank you guys, everyone that has joined on this live, everyone that has commented. Thank you very much for being a part. You've made this very fun. And I'll be signing out now. See you the next time I am live. Take care of yourself. And this is the part where we say bye. Yeah. And bye bye.